Okay, everyone, we're going to be starting momentarily, so everybody please take your seats. It is now 9 a.m. and I'm calling this meeting to order. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to El Paso. It's good to see everyone in person. With our agenda posting, we invited members of the public to view a broadcast of the Board of Directors meeting, which is live at www.youtube.com/State Bar of Texas. And we also provided instructions on how to sign up to speak at today's meeting. Signups were available until 5 p.m. yesterday, and members of the public will speak after agenda item number 5. And those members of the public joining us remotely will remain in the Zoom waiting room until it's their turn to speak. Please note that this meeting will be recorded and the recording will be made available to the public. Mr. Executive Director, I invite you to please call the roll.
Mr. Augusto, Mr. Almanzan, Mr. Baruch, Ms. Bim, Ms. Brooker, Mr. Cavillo, Mr. Carlos Cardenas, Mr. Luis Cardenas has an excused absence, Mr. Covasas, Mr. Charbonnet, Ms. Clark, Ms. Cordova, Mr. Crosley, Ms. Davis, Judge Earl has an excused absence. Ms. Barunda Firth, Mr. Fisher, Ms. Forbes, Ms. Gibson, Mr. Ginn has an excused absence. Mr. Goss has an excused absence. Mr. Harris, Ms. Harrison, Ms. Hoskins, Mr. Huddleston, Mr. Hurst, Ms. Israni, Ms. Kern, Mr. Kroger, Justice Learman, Ms. Cortez Mates, Mr. McDonald, Mr. McDougall, Ms. Cara Miller. She's here. She's here. Ms. Mount, Ms. Murphy, Ms. Naylor, Judge Newell, Ms. Rispoli, Mr. Ritter, Mr. Schrammick, Mr. Shambato, Ms. Scott, Mr. Sergi, Mr. David Smith, Mr. Jason Smith, Mr. Michael Smith, Mr. Todd Smith, Ms. St. Ives Brewer, Mr. Sood, Mr. Toby, Mr. Tolchin, Judge Troncali, Mr. Vargas, Mr. Vasquez, Ms. Pack Wilson, Ms. Wooten. Mr. Chair, we have a quorum.
Thank you, Mr. Executive Director. And next, I would like to invite Director David Sergi to come up and lead the board in invocation.
Almighty God, as the members of our state bar convene here today with the mission of guiding our lawyers and working for the benefit of our public, we pray that we all have the wisdom to follow your sacred commandments given in Genesis, known as the 7 Noahide laws, which are applicable to all. We pray that as a board, we are governed by just laws, make conscious and ethical decisions, and that we walk humbly and seek mercy. We pray that our leaders have the wisdom of Moses, Aaron, Ruth, and Leah as we make our decisions. Amen.
Thank you for that powerful invocation, Director Sergi. Next, I would like to ask Director Cavazos to come up and lead the board in the pledges. Everyone, please stand.
Good morning, friends and fellow directors. You know that we live in the greatest nation in the world, in the planet, in the greatest state in the United States of America. So please, let's face the United States flag and help me lead the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Now let's face the Texas flag and lead me in the pledge for the Texas flag. Honor the Texas flag. One state. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Cavazos. And welcome everyone to our April quarterly board meeting. Very happy to be here in El Paso in the hometown of our Madam President, Sylvia Firth. And with that, we're going to go ahead and start with agenda item number 5, which is comments from members of the public. At this time, we would like to welcome any members of the public who've signed up to speak. Any member of the public joining us in person who wishes to speak should sign a blue sign-in card, like the one that I'm holding right now, and Kaylin has them available in the back. And once you fill out that blue card, return it to Kaylin. If there's a specific topic of discussion or an agenda item you'd like to speak on, please go ahead and list it on that card. And members of the public who have joined us via Zoom will remain in the Zoom waiting room until it's their turn to speak. If you are joining us via Zoom, I'll address you to indicate when you can begin speaking. Each member of the public will be given 3 minutes, which I will time to speak. And at the 3-minute mark, I'll ask each of you to finish your comment if you haven't already done so. And with that, I believe our first member of the public who is joining us is former director, I believe, Tina Green. Ms. Green, are you with us?
Yes, sir, I am.
You have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you. My name is Tina Green, and I'm an attorney in Dallas, Texas. I'm a former chair of the tax section and the real estate probate and trust law section of the state bar. I'm the current chair of the Council of Chairs, vice chair of the CLE committee, and previously served as a section representative to the State Bar Board of Directors. I have a tremendous amount of respect for the board and appreciate how difficult your job can be. I'm here today to ask the McDonald Subcommittee to evaluate or reevaluate the tax section's comment process for administrative agencies such as the IRS and determine that it does not run afoul of the limitations imposed by the McDonald case or the state bar rules and policies. The McDonald case requires an inquiry whether certain bar activities are germane to the purposes of the bar and are not lobbying. The leadership of the tax section strongly believes that the section's comments on proposed regulations and rules that are submitted at the request of an administrative agency are not now, nor have they ever been, lobbying, and they are in fact germane to the purposes of the proper functioning of the legal system. We live in an administrative society where rules and regulations govern how the law is implemented. Effective regulations implementing laws improves the quality of the legal services for all. The tax section is assisting regulatory agencies in implementing the agency's rulemaking authority by suggesting where the rules may or may not accomplish what the agency wanted or intended, and educating them on how they may be revised to do so. For example, the IRS determines what proposed regulations to draft, drafts the proposed regulations, publishes them in the Federal Register, at which time they then request public comments on the proposed regs. The tax section, with members that have an expertise in that area, analyzes the proposed reg, interprets the effects of how it's drafted, looks at unintended consequences and possible gaps in how the reg would be applied, educates the IRS on the issues noted, and provides options for the service's consideration on how it may revise the proposed reg to carry out the legislative intent and purpose of the reg. The section provides its feedback to the IRS in the form of a comment. The tax section does not propose, draft, or advocate a regulation or a rule, nor does it approach the IRS, the Texas Legislature, the Comptroller's Office, nor any other governing body advocating for specific rules or regulations. It simply acts as a resource or an educator only upon request on technical aspects of the proposed regulations and rules. Therefore, we request that the McDonald Subcommittee evaluate or reevaluate the tax section's comment process for administrative agencies and determine that it does not violate the limitations imposed by the McDonald case or the state bar rules and policies. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Green. I believe that next up, our next member of the public who has signed up to speak is Mr. David Wiley. Mr. Wiley, are you with us?
I am here. Thank you. I am the former chair of the Labor and Employment Law section for the State Bar of Texas. I am the current president of the Texas Employment Lawyers Association. I want to bring your attention to a project that the State Bar has been doing for about a decade on attorneys' fees. That is, they conduct a survey and then publish a summary of attorneys' fee rates in Texas. This project is hurting members of the State Bar, and it is hurting vulnerable Texans. Here's how. Civil rights laws have fee shifting statutes. It's been said that private enforcement of these civil rights laws is the engine that makes these things work, and fee shifting is the fuel for that engine. That is, civil rights laws, like employment laws, are largely dependent on private enforcement. There is a shortage of lawyers willing to do this sort of work. This survey and summary is actively discouraging members from taking these cases. It is being used by lawbreakers, entities already adjudicated to have engaged in wage theft and discrimination and unlawful retaliation. I would challenge the members or the directors here to do any legal database search for the phrase hourly rate fact sheet and see the names of the State Bar members, lawyers who have been hurt by this. That is, it almost has just one real effective use, and that is an entity that's been adjudicated to have violated a law is challenging the rates sought by the prosecuting plaintiff's lawyer to reduce the rates that those lawyers are seeking. Now, that should be enough information to put a full stop to this. You know, after all, if I had a barbecue and I heard that the barbecue sauce was making my guests nauseous, I would stop serving it. I wouldn't look for some sort of disclaimer to put on it saying it wasn't intended or designed to make people sick and then keep serving it. But there's more. The survey itself is flawed. Dr. N. Shirlene Pearson, a statistician from SMU, has found numerous methodological flaws in it. And aside from the methodological flaws, it's not easy to verify even its accuracy because the State Bar publishes the summary of the data, but it doesn't publish the underlying data alongside it so that we can, for example, check the math, see if some have been discarded or not, and make sure, you know, all the numbers match. Again, that should be enough information to put a full stop to this project. There's been some discussion of disclaimers. The 2019 iteration of this has a disclaimer, and it says something to the effect of it is not designed or intended to set appropriate rates, but it doesn't say why it was designed or intended. Plus, this statement's just not true. We all know it is being used to set rates.
Wiley, your 3 minutes are up. Could you please finish your thought?
Yes. In conclusion, whatever the original intent, the State Bar has created something that's being used against its own members, and we would like it to stop.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wiley. Do we have any members of the public who have showed up in person to speak? Kaylin, is there anybody? Okay. All right, seeing none, I believe we've now heard from every member of the public who signed up to speak at our quarterly board meeting. The public comment period is now closed. During the remainder of the meeting, if there are board members or staff or guests who wish to speak at any time, please approach the microphone and I will call on you to speak. If you're providing a report, please come and provide the report from the podium. And if you're seeking to comment or ask a question during the course of the meeting, I would ask that you direct your questions to me. We're not going to be talking to each other as directors. I, as the chair of the board, will receive the questions and we'll handle it that way. The other ground rule that I want to set is we have some important issues that we want to discuss, and we have some people that want to be heard on those issues. But if we start getting to a point where comments are maybe not civil, those are things that won't be tolerated, and so you're going to lose your privileges to speak. And so I'm asking you to exercise some discretion. We have people that want to catch planes home today. We have people that want to get home to their families. And so let's keep this meeting moving forward. We have a lot of business to accomplish. And so with that, we're going to take our first agenda item, item number 20A, out of order. And I'd ask our esteemed Supreme Court liaison, Justice Deborah Lerman, to come forward and give a report.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I want to start out with, on behalf of the court, thanking all of you for what all you've done during this very, very challenging time. Not only the pandemic, the lawsuit that we've had to deal with, challenge on self-regulation, et cetera. And everybody has handled this with such grace and such dignity, all of you volunteers. We know how much time you spend devoted to this, to the bar and to the profession and to the third branch of government. So thank you all, and to staff. You all are just absolutely wonderful. So thank you all. I hope that many of you got to meet our newest member of the court yesterday, Justice Evan Young, who was here. For those of you who didn't get to meet him, he is truly a delight. He is brilliant. He is hardworking, and he's nice. And all three of those things are equally important. So if you didn't get a chance to meet him, please do. We have now issued, 50 emergency orders. We are hoping that we are at the end of this, but who knows what the future will bring. We are back to normal at the court. We are having all of our arguments live now. We are in the office. We are having conference in person. But one thing that we learned from the pandemic is that Zoom can come in to help when we need help. And I know you all have figured that out too. So this past winter, when we had a really severe winter storm and we had lawyers that were coming in from out of state, we conducted that oral argument by Zoom. So that's one example of the things that we've learned through this terrible time that hopefully can help us. As you all know, I think our Supreme Court Advisory Committee is looking at all of the rules that have to do with virtual hearings and is in the process of making recommendations to us as to what we should keep and what we should drop. And so if you all are interested in that kind of thing, please let me know. Please let anyone on SCAC, our advisory committee, our Rules Advisory Committee, because as you all know, the reason that we're able to do this now is because we still have the emergency order in place. But of course, that's going to end hopefully sooner rather than later. And we need to create a new rule that's going to deal with all of these different situations, including discovery issues, depositions. And so that's something that we really are very interested in hearing from you about. So please let us know. With regard to our seizure exemption rules and forms, on Monday, the court issued an order giving final approval to rules and forms designed to notify judgment debtors of the personal property exemption rights and to assist them in asserting those rights. This was a project that was directed by the legislature. As you know, the legislature is increasingly directing the court to do things. There may be some constitutional issues there, but rather than get involved with that, we just comply. Disclosure of counsel. Earlier this month, the court proposed changes to the appellate rules to clarify that appellate counsel must provide in their petitions and briefs a complete list of all trial and appellate counsel, including firm names. And this is to help the court to identify potential conflicts. With regard to the local rule process, last month we approved changes to that process. It's expected to take effect January 1st of 2023, and we're accepting public comment until September 1st. Under these proposed rules, the court will no longer require the rules to be approved by us. It's going to be done on a local basis. However, There will be a review process of those rules at the back end. And our process expressly allows the regional presiding judges and Supreme Court to direct changes or to or withdrawal of local rules that simply are not achieving their purpose. As with regard to the Board of Law Examiners, in February, we amended the rules governing admission to the bar to allow applicants to extend the UBE transfer allowance. Right now, a UBE score, if it can be transferred, if it's less than 2 years old, or if it's between 2 and 5 years, and the lawyer has been practicing for 3 years, now we allow for a straight 5-year rule. So that's important. New way of doing things, as you all know. With regard to the Code of Judicial Conduct, in January, the court gave final approval to amendments to Canon 6B of the Code of Judicial Conduct to allow constitutional county court judges to act as arbitrators and mediators on the side. The code has long allowed justice of the peace and municipal court judges to do this. And so this is just making it consistent across the board. And that amendment took effect immediately. And with regard to the disciplinary rules, in January, we amended comment 10 to the rules. It's effective immediately. And these amendments clarify that if a lawyer advertises a verdict amount that was never collected, the lawyer must disclose the amount actually received by the client with equal prominence. So again, thank you all for all you do. If you have any questions, any concerns, anything that you think the court needs to look at under our administrative umbrella, please talk to me and I'll be glad to do what I can. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Justice Lehrman, and thank you for everything that you do for the State Bar, and thank you to the Supreme Court for everything the Supreme Court does for the State Bar. We appreciate it. With that, we're going to move on to the report from our Executive Director. Mr. Executive Director, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the board. And I too want to echo Justice Lehrman's sentiments of gratitude. These last few years, certainly this last year, has been challenging. It's been difficult, and you all have exhibited patience and grace and gratitude at every turn. And your hard work on behalf of the lawyers and people of Texas is duly noted and deeply appreciated. I want to give you an update on the McDonald litigation, just in case you haven't heard. On April 4th, the United States Supreme Court denied the plaintiff's petition for writ of certiorari in the McDonald v. Firth case, which challenged the mandatory bar structure in Texas. The court also denied cert in Oklahoma's Shell case and Michigan's Taylor case. There were no public dissenting opinions issued. We are grateful, though not surprised, to see the court's action. We're very proud of the extraordinary work of our entire legal team, and we have many people to thank, including Tom Leatherberry, Pat Mizell, Morgan Kelly, and Josh Johnson. Morgan Kelly and Josh Johnson are now leaving Vincent and Elkins. Tom Leatherberry and Pat Mizell are also with B&E. Josh has already left for a new position. Morgan is just now leaving her position with B&E. We're very grateful to them. Of a side note, the McDonald case was Morgan Kelly's first case, and she did an extraordinary job in guiding us and leading us and giving us counsel along the way. The same as Josh Johnson. So we're very proud of our B&E team and thank them. I also want to recognize Brad Johnson and Chris Ritter in the State Bar's Legal Counsel Office, and John Sermon and Don Jones, their predecessors, for their work on the case as in-house counsel before their retirements. I also want to recognize General Counsel Ross Fisher for his involvement and dedication and counsel during the lawsuit, and also recognize Directors Mary Scott and Rebecca Brooker and their predecessors for their leadership on the Ad Hoc Submission Committee and Litigation Subcommittee. And then last but certainly not least, our Supreme Court liaison, Justice Deborah Lehrman, who was there with us every step of the way. Some new news on member benefits from the State Bar. We have continued the tradition of keeping a high standard of excellence, and I'm proud to report and believe that the State Bar of Texas member benefits are second to none, and they keep getting better. Since 2014, the State Bar has offered members unlimited free access to Fast Case's nationwide legal research. I'm excited to announce that we have now expanded that benefit to include free access to millions of briefs, pleadings, motions, and orders through Docket Alarm, which is a function within the Fast Case platform. All active State Bar of Texas members can access the additional resources. A how-to video and guide are available at texasbar.com/legal research. The expanded Docket Alarm briefs, pleadings, motions, and orders partnership is the first between Fast Case and a bar association, and we expect that it will become a model for other bars across the country. The State Bar has launched a new identity fraud flag program. When a lawyer becomes a victim of identity fraud, the consequences, as we all know, can be devastating, not only for the lawyer, but also for any member of the public who falls victim to scammers who use that lawyer's name to fraudulently solicit business. The new program gives lawyers a way to voluntarily report to the bar that they've been a victim of fraud, of identity fraud. When a lawyer takes part in this program, the State Bar displays a notice on the lawyer's public profile page that advises the public that someone has been impersonating that attorney. The notice also provides a legitimate phone number for the attorney so that the public can verify that they are corresponding with the right person. We hope this program will help reduce the ability of scammers to take advantage of the unsuspecting public, and we also hope it will decrease instances of attorney impersonation overall. You can learn more about the program at texasbar.com/fraud flag. Throughout the pandemic, I have continuously noted that the State Bar of Texas has remained fully functional and operational, with the exception of in-person meetings and activities. As the COVID-19 caseloads have declined, we've been able to resume more in-person activities and bring more staff back into the law center. State Bar staff members have now returned to our offices in person under a new 3-2 hybrid work plan. The 3-2 plan allows eligible employees to work up to 2 days remotely each week at their manager's discretion and work in the office 3 days each week. I believe it is critically important to have in-person interaction and engagement between coworkers, staff, managers, and between departments. It creates energy and synergy. At the same time, it's important to offer some remote work flexibility to ensure that State Bar of Texas continues to attract and retain employees, especially in today's job market and especially in today's Austin job market. We provided training to all of our employees and managers on best practices for working successfully in a hybrid environment. Regardless of where we work, the State Bar's commitment will always remain the same, and that will be to maintain the highest levels of customer service for our lawyer members and the public of Texas. The 2022 annual meeting is on the horizon. It will be our first in-person annual meeting since 2019. The 2022 annual meeting is June 9, 10 in Houston at the Marriott Marquis. If you're interested in sponsorships, we welcome those. Please let us know, and you can go to the address on the screen at texasbar.com/annual meeting. I want to highlight some of the work of our incredible State Bar staff now. From time to time, we have staff members who are involved in leadership positions around the country in their own individual professional organizations. And today I have news to share with you about Erica Rodriguez, our MCLE director. I'm proud to report that Erica is in line to become president of CLE Reg, which is the Continuing Legal Education Regulators Association. Its purpose is to provide an opportunity for discussion and exchange of information among administrators of MCLE programs around the country. Erica joined CLE Reg, the CLE Reg Planning Committee in 2020, and the committee is responsible for planning educational and networking opportunities related to developments in CLE regulations and how other states administer MCLE. In July of 2021, Erica was elected secretary and became part of the CLE Reg Executive Committee that maintains and represents membership in 46 mandatory CLE jurisdictions. She will become the CLE Reg president in July of 2023, and we're proud of Erica's work ethic and accomplishments. I also want to note Lowell Brown's involvement with what we call NABI, the National Association of Bar Executives. Lowell Brown is our communications division director and executive team member, and he is active in NABI. Among other roles, he currently serves as the association's on the association's bylaws committee and as treasurer of the communications section council. So Lowell is to be recognized for that as well. I have 2 staff excellence awards to present today. The first is to Eric Kitugwa. Eric has done a tremendous job as an editor on the Texas Bar Journal staff since being hired in 2017. He's a skilled writer and editor and is always looking for ways to improve what we do and how we do it. He also doesn't hesitate to go the extra mile. Just in the past month, Eric received praise for the sensitive way he handled a memorial. An attorney had passed away, and his wife had asked a friend to write a memorial to the Bar Journal, but never did. Eric took it upon himself to write the memorial from an obituary. When Eric sent it back to the deceased's attorney's friend for approval, he received the following reply. "You are a good man. I have had some challenges with recurrent health problems and being unemployed. I became overwhelmed. I appreciate your kindness as it came at a critical time. I am very grateful that you completed the task assigned to you and graciously accepted by me. John Doe would be honored by your tribute, and also his amazing, lovely wife." In early 2020, Eric took on many additional jobs and responsibilities after a position in the Bar Journal became open. Despite the extra workload, he was able to fine-tune our processes for classified advertising and royalty payments. Last January, Eric was promoted to associate editor and began taking on even more responsibilities as another Bar Journal position came open. In essence, for about a month and a half, he was doing 3 jobs, all with outstanding results. We've since hired 2 new staff members, and Eric has been responsible for training them. They couldn't have a better mentor. He puts the utmost thought into everything he does for the State Bar of Texas. I will present this award to Eric at our next staff meeting when we get back to Austin. He isn't in El Paso today, but I know he's watching. Eric, I know you're out there, and your dedication and commitment to the State Bar is truly amazing. Please join me in giving him a round of applause. The next person I want to recognize is Amy Turner. Amy, will you come forward while I'm talking about you? Amy is our HR director. She does an altogether outstanding job. In case you didn't know it, HR can be a thankless job. But Amy is always professional, courteous, kind, dedicated, and certainly dependable. She's also very approachable and diligent in her work. And these are exactly the qualities that you would want in a human resources director. As human resources director, she deals with a wide array of issues and problems and people. Her work is integral in supporting employees and the agency as a whole. During COVID, we had several employees go down with COVID, as many companies did. And of course, Amy would stay in contact with them. She wouldn't just stay in contact with them, she would be checking in on them, making sure they were okay, making sure they had someone to take them to the doctor if they needed transportation or whatever the case might have been. And then if dealing with the pandemic weren't enough, Winter Storm Uri crept into the picture and people lost heat and people lost running water. Amy jumped into action and took it upon herself to stay in contact with our employees, those people that she knew were by themselves, those people that she knew didn't have heat, those people that she knew didn't have water. And she would load her Tahoe up with cases of water and make sure people got water. That's the kind of person Amy is. I get the chance to meet with Amy several times a day, and I can't thank her enough for the dedication that she has given to our State Bar staff and the State Bar of Texas. When you talk to Amy, you know you have her full attention and that she's listening and that she cares. And again, these are the qualities that you want in an HR director. Amy, I appreciate your guidance and leadership during the time period that I've been there, and I know our State Bar staff does, and I'd like to present you with an award of excellence. And Mr. Chair, that completes my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Trey. Do we have any comments from directors? Mr. Fisher, would you please approach the microphone?
You know, I've looked at the budgets and you've done a good job managing the bar, but I also want you to understand that you're a director who works for us. And several directors asked that I could bring my dog today because they didn't have time. And your comments were unappreciated and unsolicited. If my dog was in charge, we would have had a much better restaurant last night. So please, you do a good job of what you do, but that's way beyond.
Director Fisher, direct your comments to me.
Oh,
Okay, those
All
are the
right.
ground rules that I set, and those are the ground rules that will follow.
I'm done.
Thank you, Director Fisher. Are there any other comments from directors? All right, with that, we're going to move on to the report from the chair. I want to start off by letting everybody know that I had the pleasure on March 25th of going to speak on behalf of the State Bar to the National Bar Association. At the invitation of Goodwill Pierre, who's one of our former directors, he invited us to go and speak, and it was a great experience. I spoke at their mid-year conference. They were so happy to hear from us, and it was a really good opportunity to speak about the great work that this board does, and also to speak about all of the great diversity initiatives that the State Bar has. But also, and I think almost more importantly, it was a great reminder to me as to how important it is for all of us as directors and as ambassadors and representatives of the bar to go out and speak to other bar associations. Because the best way to spread the word about everything, all of the hard work that you all put into this, is to go out and talk to them in person. Pick up the phone, call one of the local bar associations and set up a time. I can tell you that the National Bar Association was so happy to hear from us. And so it was sometimes it's easy to lose focus of that. It was a great reminder to me that I need to do a better job of going out and calling my local bar associations and getting on their calendar and talking to them about all of the hard work that you all put into the State Bar. and all of the great things that we're accomplishing. And so I'd ask each and every one of you, whenever we're done with this meeting, whenever you get back to the office on Monday, just pick up the phone, call. They're going to be so happy to hear from you. And you may not be able to speak to them next week or next month even, but you can get on their calendar. And it's really important work. And it's part of our job as directors. And I'd ask all of you to please do that whenever we're done with this meeting. It's important that everybody knows about all the good work that we're doing. With that, we're going to move on to the consent agenda. Before we do, though, and I was going to mention this earlier, but it slipped my mind. As you can imagine, standing up here, sometimes it's hard to see who it is that's seconding a motion. It gets a little bit confusing, especially if you're in the back of the room. And so if you're going to second a motion throughout the course of the meeting, I'd ask you to just stand up so it's clear to me who it is that's offering the second. Stand up, state your name, and offer the second to the motion. If you're going to speak or ask questions based on a report, just go up to the microphone. But if you're seconding, you can stay where you're at. Just stand up, state your name, and make it clear that you're seconding a motion. And so with that, we are going to move forward with the approval of the consent agenda. We need a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda. Do I have a motion? Rich Calvillo, can you please stand up? Okay. And is there a second? Thank you, Director St. Ives. All those in favor of approving the consent agenda, please respond by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, with that, the motion passes and is adopted. And so with that, we're going to move on to agenda item number 7E, which is the election of the 2022-2023 chair of the board. Let me start off by asking this. Is there anybody in the room that's a voting member who isn't logged on to Board Effect? Everybody's logged on to Board Effect. Great. So before we start the process of voting and going into the instructions about voting, I'd like the 4 people that are running for chair of the board to please stand up. That includes Chad, David, Lucy, and Todd. And I want you all to look around because the people that are standing up are leaders. And regardless of who wins the chair of the board election today, I have no doubt in my mind that each and every one of these directors who have given so much and put their hearts into this race have great things in store for them. I want to personally thank each and every one of you for your leadership, for putting yourself out there. And I've heard nothing but great things about the job that you all have done in running this race. And so thank you very much. I know that the bar is going to be in good hands this coming year. So at our January meeting, if you all recall, the board voted to conduct the election of the 2022-2023 board chair election using Board Effect. And so we're going to be using the poll feature on Board Effect for the online voting. So if you're, like I said before, if you're not already logged on to Board Effect, please go ahead and do so now. The state bar rules require that directors be present to vote. Voting by proxy is not allowed, and only voting members of the board may vote in the board chair election. Please note, I want to make sure that everyone understands that these electronic votes are subject to both the Open Meetings Act and Open Records Act. And for that reason, we're having you log in to your Board Effect account as verification. As provided in the policy manual, the election will proceed in this way. In the first round, you will vote for one of the 4 chair candidates. And if one candidate receives a majority of the vote of the board members present and voting, that candidate wins the election and will be chair-elect. If no candidate receives a majority vote of the board, the candidate receiving the fewest votes will be dropped from the poll, and we'll have a second poll with the remaining 3 candidates, and we'll keep on going in that same fashion until we have a candidate that does receive a majority of the votes of the board of directors. All right, so at this point, we have a few slides on the screen that we're going to go through. If you can see that, what we're going to do first, okay, when you log on to Board Effect, is you're going to go up to the home button, as you can see on the arrow on the top left of your screen. And then you're going to scroll down to where it says surveys, and you're going to click on that where it says round 1 electronic voting. Once you do that, you're going to make your selection for chair of the board. And then once that happens and you log on and you click your selection, you hit submit, and you're done with voting for that round. Does anybody have any questions for how we're going to do this? If you do have questions, or if you're having difficulty during the process of voting, Jen and Amy are here and they're going to be able to help you out. They're going to be walking around. And so, you know, we'll make sure that we get this done. All right. So with that, I believe, go ahead, please, and log on to Board Effect, log and scroll down to your polls feature, and go ahead and make your selection for the first round of voting. All right, so we've concluded our first round of voting. We are going to be proceeding to a second round of voting. We do not have a majority of the board voting for a single candidate yet. The 3 candidates that you're going to be voting for in the second round include Chad Baruch, David Calvillo, and Todd Smith. So with that, you should have the second poll that will be populating in your Board Effect, and you can go ahead and vote at any time. Oh, you might have to refresh your screen in order to populate the second poll on board effect. If you do have any issues though, please let me know or please let Jen know and we'll go ahead and assist you. All right, so the second round of voting has now concluded and we have a new chair-elect. Congratulations to Mr. Chad Baruch. Chad, will you please come up? It's customary for the newly elected chair-elect to say a few words on their election. And so we're happy to hear from you.
It's a long day, so thank you. I'll work hard. I work for you, not the other way around. Thank you.
Chad, before you leave, hold on. Don't go anywhere. Don't go anywhere.
Oh, boy, do I need that.
You do. I can tell you that this is going to be the most valuable tool that you have in your years, Chair, in addition to your personal skills. And so congratulations and congratulations.
Thank you, although I think I'm looking at the most valuable resource I have.
And I will be a resource for you. Here's, hey, Chad. Congratulations, Chad. The board's going to be in good hands under your leadership. All right, so that concludes the report from the chair of the board. And with that, I'll recognize Madam President Sylvia Perth.
Good morning, everyone. I want to thank you all once again for coming to my hometown. I know I speak on behalf of Director Fisher, Director Almanzan, and Director Cardenas when we tell you we're happy to have you here. El Paso is a very special place and one that's very welcoming, and you will find all kinds of hospitality here. So those of you who maybe you're staying an extra day or two, if you need any suggestions of things to do, speak to any one of us. And I know Mr. Fisher would love to have you at his home. So if you all want to, it's walking distance from the hotel, a beautiful historic neighborhood. I know some of you have already been there and it's lovely. So encourage you to take Mr. Fisher up on his offer of hospitality. I just want to tell you a little bit about the little goodie bag. So Santos said to me, we have a really long meeting and a lot of tough topics, and we don't need people getting hangry. So we said, what can we do? And I said, well, in tradition, we like to share our culture. So what's in the little bags, the smaller candies are things that would fall out of a piñata. The larger pieces, one is, they call them banderitas, and it means a flag, and it's the flag of Mexico, red, white, and green. And the other piece is something you would recognize, something like fudge. Depends on who you talk to. They might call it leche quemada, jamoncillo, very common little treat to have with your coffee. So I encourage you to enjoy it. But I'll tell you kind of funny story about the chiclets. And you know, some of y'all who play bridge, you know it as bridge gum. Well, those of us who grew up in El Paso and probably some of the other border communities, we call it bridge gum too. But the reason we call it bridge gum is that's what the vendors sell on the bridge. And when I grew up thinking that's why it was called that. And my husband was like, no, he made fun of me for that, but enjoy. So we started out, I'll give you a little bit about my activities. And I mean, some of y'all, I think, even make fun of me. It's like, where in the world is Sylvia Firth today? And Jen and the staff say, will you say yes before we even finish inviting you to go to things? And I said, well, which is, I have thoroughly enjoyed that. And as Santos said, bringing the message of the bar is important. And when you go to speak to the groups, there was like, I didn't know that. I mean, that's the first thing you hear. I didn't know that. I didn't know that. So I do encourage you to accept invitations, invite yourself to things and say, could I have a few minutes to talk about the bar? But we started out slow because it seems like a lifetime ago, but remember we had the variant at the beginning of the year. So January was shut down pretty much. We still did some Zoom activities, but starting on February 1, when it got lifted again, we started going. So I did a paralegal division presentation. I was back at the Baylor Law School, National Conference of Bar Presidents. I was here in El Paso, the litigation section had a legend ceremony in El Paso for our now state representative, very talented litigator, Lena Ortega, was honored with being inducted into the legend ceremony. Carlos Cardenas had much to do with bringing them to El Paso, and we're grateful for that. I did a Texas Tech University Diversity Luncheon. Thank you to Dwight for inviting me that. And yeah. Oh, and for those of you who notice, Texas Tech is in the house. The law school is here. Dean Nowlin is here. They're in the hotel doing a CLE, free CLE for our community, which is very much appreciated. We don't get a lot of live CLE. We do a lot of training each other. You know, you'll see our local bar association and people will do, but we're always welcome outside. So Texas Tech is in the house. If you see Dean Allen and the others, please greet them, let them know we appreciate them. I did Tarrant County Bar Association, the Western States Bar Conference, participated in the ABA days virtually. Laura and I together, and it was the only time we've done something together, did the Houston Bar Association Senior Lawyers Program. And then last week, the UT Law Land Use Conference and the Austin Bar Gala. So it's been a busy quarter. On Wednesday, we hosted a free CLE here and for solo and small law firm practitioners here in the hotel. And this is a popular CLE program that we had not been able to offer due to COVID. And the tradition of holding a free CLE in conjunction with the State Bar Board meeting started in 2013 under the leadership of then President Lisa Tatum. And it continued regularly until the pandemic. And we were happy to bring it back here in El Paso in an outreach to lawyers in the El Paso area. And it was well received and well attended. I want to thank Chair Santos Vargas and Directors Kimberly Pack Wilson and Nitin Sood, and TLAP Director Erica Grigg, and of course Trey and the CLE staff for putting on that conference. Thank you very much. I'm very happy to report that the hard work of the DEI task force is beginning to bear fruit. As recommended by the task force, the State Bar website now includes additional information on the pre-law pipeline programs, along with the DEI submission form. And as soon as we have enough names to populate the list of the available speakers, that will be made available too. So I ask you all to please share that information. If you yourself are available to do DEI presentations, register yourself and make that availability available. And those links can also be found on the Office of Minority Affairs homepage. On today's agenda, later on, you're going to hear about a proposed change to the Texas Lawyers Creed. And I'm looking for your support for that. As you all recall, there was a very loud, public, and multiple lawyer request for bringing the Texas Lawyers Creed in harmony with the mission statement of the bar. So we have worked hard, both the DEI task force, the administration committee, and other lawyers. We've taken input from lawyers, as Mr. Fisher contributed to that dialogue as well. And so to have a hard look at it, and I hope you will support moving it forward. Of course, it's just moving it forward. The courts will have the last word on that. There's a few other initiatives that are working their way through the process, including the census for the LGBTQ lawyers. And I'll update you with regard to that in these projects at the June meeting. At this time, I need to do the sad duty of making a tribute to a former State Bar president who has passed in this last quarter. And coincidentally, it's former State Bar President Cullen Smith Jr. And Mr. Smith actually has a connection to his El Paso. His daughter, Risher Smith Gilbert, was an El Paso lawyer until her retirement. She was my mentor when I went to the Grambling and Mounts firm when I first started practicing. So this is a little personal because I know the family. Mr. Smith passed away on April 16th at the age of 96. He was a native of Waco. He received his law degree from Baylor University and was admitted to the Texas bar in 1950. He then practiced law in Weslaco from 1950 to 1953 before returning to his hometown and joining the law firm of Naaman Howe, Smith, Lee, and Muldrow. He served the firm as managing partner, president, chairman, head of the trial section, and was counsel to the firm until his death. As president of the State Bar in 1978 through 1979, Mr. Smith helped secure reenactment of the State Bar Act as part of the first sunset review process, as well as a Supreme Court order integrating the bar under the court's inherent power. The new act clarified the State Bar's purposes, strengthened the grievance process, and added public members. Mr. Smith's presidency also saw greater involvement from women and minority lawyers, the creation of the Law Student Division, and an active program for citizens' legal education. We are grateful for Cullen Smith's contributions to the State Bar of Texas, and we extend our sympathies to the Smith family. And I have an action item for you all to consider as well, and that's to approve the appointment of our at-large directors to the Board of Directors for 3-year terms effective the annual meeting 2022 and expiring the annual meeting of 2025. For members of the public, there are 4 at-large director positions on the State Bar Board. At the annual meeting this June, the terms will expire for the positions currently held by Luis Cardenas and Andy Almanzan. Board policy spells out the process to fill those positions. So December 1st was the deadline to submit nominations to the State Bar. And this year, 10 nominations were received for consideration for the 2 open spots. The ad hoc committee to select at-large directors reviewed the nominations, conducted interviews, and submitted 4 nominees for my consideration. I conducted my own interviews for the 4 nominees, and I have to tell you, they were incredible candidates. It was probably one of the hardest things I've done as the president, was to try to pick from those 4 people. They were eminently qualified and all of them would make great directors, but ultimately I had to narrow it down to 2. So I selected the 2 nominees, Abby Catoon of Houston and Elizabeth Sandoval Cantu of Edinburgh. Let me tell you a little bit about both of them. Abby Catoon is a graduate of the University of Houston Law Center and has a degree in chemical engineering from the University of Houston as well. She practices labor and employment law at Reed Smith and is board certified in that area. Abby has an impressive resume of service in the legal profession. She served as chair of the African American Lawyers section of the State Bar and served in many volunteer leadership roles in Houston. She's delightful. Y'all are going to enjoy having her on the board. I had a great conversation with her, not only in her interview, but afterwards as well. And the second selection was Elizabeth Sandoval Cantu, who graduated from St. Mary's School of Law and obtained her undergraduate degree from Santa Clara University. She practices civil and commercial litigation at the firm of Ramon Worthington. Elizabeth has served in various roles in the Hidalgo County Bar Association and many other civic organizations in the Rio Grande Valley. These appointments are now being presented for consideration by the board. I know they'll be great board members, and I look forward to working with them. But before we vote on this, I want you to know that the ad hoc committee is chaired by Andy Almanzan, and the members were Kellyanne Clark, Brittany Harrison, Yolanda Cortez Mares, and Kimberly Pack Wilson. And thank you all. I know if I had as hard a time as you did, you all worked really hard. So at this time, I move that the board approve the appointment of Abby Catoon and Elizabeth Sandoval Cantu as at-large directors.
Thank you, Madam President. President Firth has moved to approve Abby Catoon and Elizabeth Sandoval Cantu for at-large directors to the Board of Directors for 3-year terms effective starting at the 2022 annual meeting and expiring at the 2025 annual meeting. Is there a second? Okay. Director Tolchin, I saw you first, so I'm going to call you. Director Tolchin seconded. Is there any discussion? Do we have any discussion from directors on this point? Okay. Seeing none, all those in favor of approving Abby Catoon and Elizabeth Sandoval Cantu to be at-large directors to the board for 3-year terms effective starting at the 2022 annual meeting and expiring at the 2025 annual meeting, please respond by saying aye. Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion is adopted. I'll turn it back over to President Firth.
Thank you all for your support on that. And the at-large positions are near and dear to my heart because I think most of y'all know that's how I started my bar service. I was appointed by Lisa Tatum, so thank you. The next item is a report from the incomparable Jerry Alexander, who's here to update us on the Building Planning Special Committee. So at this time, I'll call on Jerry to give us the report.
Before we get to you, just quickly, are there any comments from directors on President Firth's report? I believe I see one. Director Smith.
Yes. Mr. Chair, President Firth, I really want to call out all of your good work and leadership on the issue of diversity and inclusion. I'm expecting a child. We're expecting it to be born June 10th. So I will not be at the June meeting. So this is my last meeting. It's been an honor to represent the lawyers of Tarrant, Johnson, Ellis, and Hill County. And we've really done some important work, and we've demonstrated that this is a body that can calmly and respectfully deal with controversial issues. Diversity is a very important issue for the bar. We are becoming more diverse. We are a more diverse state. Not only do we serve lawyers, but we serve the justice system
And it's important that we take these efforts to represent the very diverse population that enters our justice system. There's a couple things that we've done as a board that we've kind of tapped the brakes on because we were in the middle of litigation and we were going to the U.S. Supreme Court, and it made sense. One of the things that I've worked on with Director Cavillo is asking, and we've recommended that the board take a vote on whether or not to have implicit bias training as a requirement for CLE. Maybe not every year, but at least once. It will help trial lawyers. It will help the bar understand who they are. We had great implicit bias training yesterday for the board. I think that's something that we need to continue to evolve from what we've been to what we can be. In July of 2020, we heard from a lot of lawyers who experienced racism and sexism in the practice of law. And the African American Lawyers Association and the NAACP both encouraged us to adopt Model Rule 8.4G from the ABA. 20 states have adopted it in some form. And I've provided a memo to you that provides the case for that rule. It is controversial, but we can deal with controversial subjects in a professional way. We've shown that. Maybe in our society that we've kind of gotten off base, but this body can do so in a respectful way. And if you talk to female lawyers, if you talk to minority lawyers, if you talk to the people who access or attempt to access or find themselves in our justice system, they experience, unfortunately, sexism and racism on a far more frequent basis than a country with the 14th Amendment would allow. So I encourage you to do it. The one thing that I thought was interesting is nurses, educators, athletic trainers, community health workers, counselors, and dyslexia therapists, orthotists and prosthetists, sex offender treatment providers, and social workers and insurance providers are all required by state law to not discriminate based on race and sex in their business. There's nothing different about us. It's not going to trample our rights. It's going to make our justice system better. And so as I leave this board, hopefully I'm passing the baton to those that are going to serve after me to work on things like 8.4G that will make our justice system more fair. I really appreciate the opportunity to serve with you, and I appreciate everyone's hard work on this board. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Director Smith. And thank you for your service to the State Bar and to the lawyers of the state of Texas. Are there any other comments from directors at this time? Okay, with that, I will invite one of our wonderful past chairs who has given so much to the State Bar and continues to this day to give back to the State Bar, Mr. Jerry Alexander, who's going to provide a report on the Building Planning Special Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As you know, we purchased the property at 1415 Lavaca, and we have proceeded to move forward with what we're going to do with that building, and some interesting things have been occurring. The State Bar sent out requests for interest to 29 architecture firms. 3 responded. We had a meeting on April 13th and interviewed all 3 of those firms extensively. It took all day. Eventually, we arrived at the Lawrence Group, and they were chosen because of their years of experience, knowledge of the building. They had worked on that building before, which is a historical building, and their experience in state and city historical permitting. Now, Trey and Ray Cantu are sitting down with the Lawrence Group and are negotiating what their initial scope of work will be and the cost of that. The initial task will be what's called visioning, and that's where everybody gets together and they talk about what the needs are and what we can do with the property. Some interesting things came about while we were talking with the architects, things that were very kind of new ideas to me. Eventually, a negotiation will take place regarding set written tasks, how much it's going to cost, and that will be submitted to the full board for approval, like any contract. We divided the committee into 3 subcommittees: staff, members, and public. And I believe in your board materials, there's some reports from those committees. The things that came up most often was to have a meeting or gathering place for section and committee meetings, CLE presentations, and presentations of legal and civic topics, and to have a place for social gatherings like the one we had last night, to have a place where we could do things like that, or anyone could do things like that, have a venue, some offices, conference rooms for lawyers when they're involved in matters close by the Capitol, a place that has legal artifacts so people can come see them, and a grand scale suggestion for expanding the space into a substantial conference center with a studio for production of CLEs, auditorium, rooftop entertainment center, library, all of that. That's all going to be planned, and all, of course, will require board approval. Now, Lola, if you'll start putting some pictures up, I'll show you what else came up. I can't find my pointer. Oh, there it is. Here it is. Okay. This is what came up when we were talking to the architects. Was, if you look, this is from the rooftop of the State Bar headquarters, and that's looking down on the building. And there are a couple of things that I didn't know. If you look at this space here, this is an open space. It has a facade around it. This space is not historical. And we could go up, if we wanted to, as high as 5 or 6 floors without, it would be zoned for that. It's not in the, would not block the Capitol view or anything like that. It's not historic. All that's historic is an interior wall that's kind of shaped like this, but there's a million ways to work around that. There's a wall here that the State Bar built to separate that building from the parking lot. What the architects were saying is, let's go to the next slide, Lowell. Okay, and then if you look here, you'll see this is the space that we're talking about. And if you look over there, you can kind of see the garden area, as I call it, which is maintained by the State Bar, and that's on top of the parking garage. And let's do the next one, Lowell, just to be clear. Okay, we own now the whole block except for this space right here. Here's the garden area, here's the State Bar headquarters, and here's the new building. What the architects were talking about was something called connectivity and a campus. And they were saying you just incorporate all of this into one seamless landscape. You cover up the top of the parking garage down ramp. You do landscaping in here. You make an entrance over here. So the 2 buildings, you have connectivity. And then you have a State Bar campus. I asked Kaylin Laney last night, I said, how many people do you think, how many members of the State Bar of Texas have come to the State Bar headquarters in their career? And she said, if you exclude the Austin attorneys, nothing wrong with Austin attorneys, don't get me wrong. But if you exclude them, she would say that probably 1% of the people come to State Bar headquarters. How many of you, by show of hands, ever came to the State Bar headquarters in Austin, Texas before you were on the board? That surprises me because I never had. And I would say if it's 5%, I would be surprised. Once we get all of this finished and the landscaping and outside can be done for, not a huge fortune, we will have a campus, and maybe the lawyers and the members can start thinking of this as a place instead of a headquarters where regulations come from and edicts. And when they bring their kids to see the state capitol, like I did, and like we all did at some point in time, we can say, oh yeah, I'm a lawyer. Let's go over and see the State Bar campus. And we can have a nice place in this new building to show off and walk around and comfortable and whatever. But that's all in the visioning. The architects will have plans and all of that. And then of course there's the stuff about money, but we can always find money. Anyway, that concludes my report. Do you have any questions? Thank you very much.
Thanks so much, Jerry. Thank you for coming and giving that great report. With that, we're going to move on to agenda item number 9, the report from our President-elect, Laura Gibson. President-elect, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. And thank you to our El Paso directors for hosting us in your beautiful city. It's been a while since I've been to El Paso, and my walk this morning was just beautiful. It was a beautiful day and a really beautiful downtown. So thank you. My general report in terms of what I've been up to, from March 16th through the 18th, I attended the American Bar Association's Bar Leadership Institute in Chicago with our executive director, Trey Appel. We represented Texas in some very important presentations. We were very impressed, especially impressed with the strategies for communications that were shared with us, talking about a mapping approach for disseminating our message to our members. So in the coming weeks, Lowell Brown and our new employee, Jeffrey Hinkson, did I pronounce it correctly? Hinkinson, are going to get together to work on a map of the communication message that we will share with you as we start the next bar year. From March 28th through April 2nd, I attended, along with Sylvia Brenda Firth and Trey Apfel, the Western States Bar Conference. There are 16 states in that conference. And Texas is really unique in the sense that we are members of not only the Western States Conference, but we're also members of the Southern States Bar Conferences. And that allows us to share best practices with all of those different bar organizations. And I can tell you, we met in October with the Southern Conference, and everyone was keenly interested in what was going to happen with the McDonald case. And it was the Monday we got back from our meeting at the Western States that we got our results. So I know that there were bar members across the country rejoicing in our decision in that case. And I also wanted to tell you that Sylvia and I had the opportunity to observe Trey interacting with not only the executive directors of those two conferences, but also the past presidents, and the relationships that he has established with all of those states really inure to our benefit. We have access to so many resources that we get through his networking, so we should all be aware of that. As Sylvia mentioned, on April 14, we presented to the Houston Bar Association Senior Lawyers Group and got to talk about the McDonald decision and member benefits. One of the named plaintiffs in our Houston lawsuit was present, and interestingly, there were no questions about his lawsuit or anything else except the paralegal division. He asked a question about the paralegal division. On April 14, I also attended the Ramadan Iftar dinner that the Muslim Bar Association and the South Asian Bar Association held in Houston. And, we've heard criticism of this organization saying it's an insiders club. And I told the attendees there that it was not an insiders club, but to the extent they needed an invitation, I was giving them an invitation to reach out and join a committee, run for a director position. I told them that the director contest in District 4 was unopposed, and so they should think about running. So I would encourage you to talk to your members about opportunities to volunteer. On Friday, the 22nd of April, I represented the State Bar of Texas at the Houston Bar Association's Auxiliary 75th anniversary, and I was interested to learn that the predecessor to the Houston Bar Association Auxiliary came about when the State Bar of Texas asked the lawyers of Houston to plan one of our annual meetings, and they put their wives, largely their wives at that time, to work and have been busy doing good work for the community since then. I had hoped to be able to attend El Paso's Bar Association Law Day and dinner and awards banquet, which is tomorrow. But as some of you know from my complaining, I'm set for trial on Tuesday, and we're going in a #1 case, so I need to get back to Houston to get some work done. Before I talk about the redistricting task force and budgeting, I wanted to remind anyone who's listening to this broadcast that the deadline for voting for our president-elect race is Monday at 5 o'clock. As of yesterday, only 17.29% of our Texas lawyers had voted in the election. We have two outstanding candidates, regardless of who wins that election, whether it's, well, you know our candidates, Cindy Tisdale or Joe Escobedo. Regardless who wins, we will be in good hands. But an important part and component of self-regulation is exercising our right to vote. So when you leave today and over the weekend and Monday morning, would you please send an email out to the members in your district, reminding them that Monday is the last day to vote, so that we can get those numbers higher and to show that the lawyers of Texas care about who leads them. I want to give you an update on the redistricting task force that was created by our president. And many of you know that that task force is charged with reviewing the apportionment of state bar districts to determine whether we need to make any changes. I reported in January that the last change to the director positions was in 2012. And at that time, Houston gave up a district director seat, and it was reapportioned to Austin to take into account the Austin increase in lawyer population. Otherwise, there have not been any changes to the district. We had several meetings to look at the current population and the ratio of directors to attorneys to see if there were imbalances or patterns that needed to be addressed. We gathered feedback from our members. We published an article in the Texas Bar Journal in January inviting input from attorneys, and we received some input which we took into consideration. I was very pleased that Steve Fisher, our director, spoke to our task force and shared his immense knowledge on this issue with very useful information and ideas for us to consider. Also, Joe Longley gave some input, which I'll discuss later. And what we determined is that there have been no significant changes in the district, director to attorney population ratios over the last 10 years. We did note that of our counties, Collin County had seen a significant increase over the last 10 years, and Collin is part of District 1. Their population of attorneys has increased by 31%, but it's a relatively small number. It's only around 1,100 attorneys, increasing from 2010 to 2020. It does make Collin County the largest non-metropolitan district in the state. But at the same time, our other metro districts, which are Harris, Dallas, Travis, and Bear, continue to see the largest growth in the number of attorneys in our state. So we took a look at the surrounding district in North Texas to see what would happen if we moved Collin County to another district, but there wasn't a clear or easy path. When we moved Collin to a different district, it just shifted the problem. The imbalance just was in a different district. So we don't believe that the increase in the attorney population in Collin County is enough right now to warrant any changes to the district. We've asked the bar staff to closely monitor the increase in attorney population ratios and to keep the board posted on any imbalances that need to be addressed. Going back to Joe Longley and his input, Joe's proposal was for the bar and the task force to consider a single member representation. So instead of having the 17 county-based districts that we currently have, Mr. Longley wanted us to have 30 zip code districts, where we basically take the number of attorneys in the state of Texas, divide it by 30, draw a map based on those zip codes, and make the districts that way. And we looked at a lot of maps to see what that would look like. And what it would mean is that 3 directors would represent the western half of the state of Texas. And those directors would have to represent districts that stretched hundreds of miles. And we also decided that another issue or observed that another issue that was problematic is if you did it by zip code, it would mean that the districts were constantly in flux, because according to information reported to the bar by lawyers, when they change addresses, people change addresses a lot. In Houston, I know 77010 is a zip code for downtown. And we would have to have more than one district for downtown. So you'd have some people who were like on one side of Main Street who were in one district, and on the other side of Main Street, they would be in a different district. And it would be hard for a director to know who was in their district or not. So there were more challenges created by trying to go to a zip code based district. And because of these observations and conclusions, our task force came to the conclusion that single member districts were not appropriate and that no redistricting was warranted at this time. This concludes the report I'm making on behalf of the redistricting task force. I'm happy to entertain any questions you have.
Any comments from directors? Director Fisher, you have the floor.
I really appreciate the work you did. I know it was hard work. I really appreciated the input that you allowed me to do. I know single member districts sound good. They were very popular in the last 20, 30, 40 years. The problem I had with that was that you could take a couple of blocks in downtown Houston, draw a square, and that would have enough attorneys for one district. Yet somebody in Amarillo or some of the places there would have to drive 300 miles for their directors. So it was a tough choice. The district should be, if we use the Department of Justice criteria, no more than 9.9% disparity, but we just couldn't do it. And I think this is the fairest result. And I've had people ask me about Longley's plan, but you did the right thing, Laura. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Fisher. Director Schrammick?
Is the task force going to issue a written report so we can see the growth in our districts and we can see what's happening in Houston versus Dallas versus Austin and actually look at the data as opposed to just a summary of the recommendation?
Thank you, Director Schrammick. I'll let President-elect Gibson answer that.
We would be happy to do so. That's a great idea.
Thank you, Director Schrammick. Director Sergi, you have the floor.
As the outgoing member from District 15, which I believe is the largest district in the state bar, larger than most congressional districts, it is impossible to be able to serve members in Odessa out to almost El Paso, down to Bernie. I realize it's a conundrum, but my successor will have to deal with this issue in order for us to be able to do justice to all the lawyers in this rather large area. We need to be able to have that district broken down into smaller districts or absorbed in other districts. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Sergi. Director Smith, you have the floor.
Yeah, Tarrant County, Texas, it has 2 million people. It's larger than 14 states. It's the third largest county in the United States. It houses the 12th largest city in the United States. We have a growing legal population, and I would really encourage the board and Madam President to consider having 2 complete districts within Tarrant County so that the lawyers could be more fully served. I believe for the last 30 years, we've had some outlying counties that are growing too and could supplement some districts that are outside of urban areas. But we would really encourage the board to consider 2 districts for Tarrant County. It now has 1 district and 1 district that's shared, the district I represent, with 3 other outlying counties. Thanks.
Thank you, Director Smith. Director Tolchin.
As part of any report, it would be very interesting to see the ratio of those who represent to those who are represented, and also the ratio of geographic area to those who are doing the representation. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Tolchin. Any additional comments from directors? Seeing none, I'll turn the floor back over to President-elect Gibson.
My next issue is for us to consider and discuss approval of the State Bar of Texas 2022-2023 proposed budget for presentation to the Texas Supreme Court. The public hearing on our budget was presented and held in person at the State Bar building on April 11. It was also live cast on the State Bar's YouTube channel. We did not receive any public comments on the budget during that meeting. The proposed budget has not changed since it was presented to this board in January. Your packet includes a copy of the proposed budget that was published in the March issue of the Texas Bar Journal. Today, I'm seeking board approval to present the proposed budget to the Texas Supreme Court pending board approval. A meeting will be held with the court on Monday, May 9, which is a week from Monday. I hereby make a motion on behalf of the Budget Committee to approve the presentation of the 2022-2023 proposed budget to the Texas Supreme Court.
Thank you, President-elect Gibson. President-elect Gibson has moved to approve the State Bar of Texas 2022-23 proposed budget for presentation to the Texas Supreme Court. Coming from a committee, no second is needed. However, is there any discussion from directors? Okay. Seeing none, all those in favor of approving the State Bar of Texas 2022-23 proposed budget for presentation to the Texas Supreme Court, please respond by saying aye. Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes and is adopted.
My last order of business is to remind this board that with the decision in the McDonald case by the Fifth Circuit, this board, as we discussed in our meeting in San Antonio in January, made a number of changes to our policy manual, and we made a number of changes to the way we handle our budget. That resulted in countless of hours of staff time and numerous meetings by the Budget Committee, including an all-day meeting in Austin, where our Budget Committee members actively asked questions, pushed back, interviewed members of the staff, made ideas and suggestions, and it was a very robust process. So anyone who thinks that this budget was rubber stamped is seriously wrong. And I just wanted to take a moment to ask the members of the Budget Committee to stand to be recognized, to thank them for their hard work. Mr. Kroger, stand. You're a Budget Committee member. He was one of our most engaged Budget Committee members, so I could not let him not stand for that. Thank you. That concludes my report.
Thank you, President-elect Gibson. And so that brings us to item number 10 on the agenda, the report from our immediate past president, Larry McDougall. Larry, you have the floor.
Thank you. Appreciate it. I'm going to keep mine real short. One of the things we did in the budget when I was president-elect was kind of argued for and got another lawyer member for TLAP. But with COVID, all the hiring freezes and everything were put in place, that was kind of put on hold. But I do have news to announce, even though Chris Ritter's moved into another position, he's kept me informed. And we have now hired a third lawyer counselor in TLAP. TLAP now has one non-lawyer counselor and 3 lawyer positions in there, and they're all full. Our latest hire is a gentleman by the name of Paul Jacobs. I believe he's already started. So now we have a staff of basically 4 full-time people plus, I believe, a clerical position that's in TLAP, serving our lawyers and dealing with all our mental health needs and other needs. And that is, to me, a great piece of news that our bar has moved in that direction and taken that step. It helps us better serve the lawyers of Texas. And with that, Mr. Chair, I conclude my report.
Thank you, Larry. Are there any comments from directors on past President McDougall's report? Larry, don't go anywhere. You're up next. So with that, we're going to move on to agenda item 11A, the report from our nominations and elections subcommittee. I'm going to turn the floor back over to past President McDougall.
Charlie and I were supposed to do this as our past chair together, but he's in Scottsdale, Arizona. For some reason, I got a suspicion he's on a golf course somewhere, not here. But anyway, I kind of want to give you a brief rundown. I'll try to keep it as short as I can. We all know that the election for our new directors and our president-elects kicked off April 1st. We have the 2 candidates, Cindy Tisdale and Joe Escobedo, that are running against each other. It's been a very clean campaign this year. There have really been no issues that I've been made aware of. In order to help get their messages out, the candidates created 2 videos and 2 written messages. The first video was distributed by email on YouTube on March 31st, and the second was sent out on April 20th. There were written messages also sent out on April 13th and 27th by the bar that they prepared, and these were also shared on social media and our bar website. You may recall that in September, the board passed a policy requiring the bar to conduct 2 candidate forums where we did those in the president-elect race. The first one was held on March 10th. and we had about 75 people that tuned into that one. The second one was held on April 5th, and we had about 45 people that tuned into that one. Let's skip down next one here. You know, we're featuring information on both candidates in the April issue of the Texas Bar Journal and the April episode of the Texas State Bar Podcast. We're sending these other communications and emails to membership, social media posts, trying to help educate the lawyers and make them aware of our election, of what's going on. Laura brought up a good point when she was talking about getting out there and getting out the vote. As of right now, as of yesterday, Ray reported to me that we have about 20,000 attorneys that have voted, which puts us at about 18% of 109,000 lawyers in the Texas that are eligible to vote and that received a ballot. This election ends on May 2nd. The results will be released that night. You can still vote by e-ballot or going to the State Bar homepage if you have not voted yet. We hope that everyone will participate because voting really is our exercise of self-governance. You know, we talk about self-governance a lot, but it comes down to the voting. And if we're not voting, then we're not exercising our right of self-governance. The term for our new president-elect and district directors will be at our annual meeting in June in Houston, and that's when they will be sworn in. And at that time, also at our annual meeting, the new nominations committee will begin their work on nominations for the next upcoming. And that committee will be Sylvia, our current president, and Santos, our current chair, that will be chairing the nominations committee, and that will be starting at our June meeting. And with that, Mr. Chair, I have nothing further.
Thank you, Past President McDougall. All right, do we have any comments from directors on Past President McDougall's reports? Okay, seeing none, we're going to move on to agenda item number 11B, the report from our policy manual subcommittee. And I'd ask Director Stramick to come up and provide that report. You have the floor.
All right, thank you so much, Chair. Keep this very quick. I just wanted to give y'all an update. Last time at our last meeting, you referred to the policy committee, the issue of the creation of a diversity, equity, and initiative subcommittee as recommended by the task force on that topic. I want to let you know we've been taking it seriously. We had hoped to have a final recommendation at this meeting, but there's a lot of issues we're dealing with. We want to make sure we get right the purpose of this committee, that we can explain the membership, what makes sense of the committee, how the members are going to be appointed. And we also want to put together a resolution that actually gives the committee some guidance. So when the committee is put together, they'll see what is it the board is really wanting them to focus on. That's not to say we're going to tie their hands, but we want to give them guidance. So from day one, when this committee starts, they know what they're going to do and they can start working on making effective and meaningful change. So we're on it. And in June, you will have a recommendation. So thanks.
Thank you, Director Stramick. Do we have any comments from directors? Questions or comments? Thank you, Adam, for all of your hard work on the policy manual subcommittee. With that, we are going to move on to agenda item number 12, the report from our Audit and Finance Committee. And I'd invite Director David Calvillo to provide the report from Audit and Finance. You have the floor.
So thank you and good morning. So if I could get the PowerPoint to advance, you know, I get very excited sharing the Audit and Finance Committee's results. So let's start off with the general fund. The general fund basically is a measure of how well we're operating, how the strength of our financial condition. And in general, you want your revenues to exceed your expenditures. So we're doing quite well, $5.1 million, almost 5.2. And keep in mind that this is 9 months of the year. So if we look at it on an annual basis, in other words, so it's 9 months, 3/4 of the year. So you can get a general idea that our revenue budget for the whole year is about 44,000, 45,000, something like that. And 9 months is about 3/4 of that. That's where the 33 million comes from. So we're doing well from that standpoint. If we could advance to the next slide, please. This slide shows the sources of the revenues. So most of our revenues, of course, come from fees. And the other big chunk of the revenues come from the MCLE activities of the bar. And those continue to show that although we're not quite to pre-pandemic levels, the trend seems to be something that's predictable. Moving on to the next slide. The expenditures. you'll see that that there's some spikes, that, especially under professional development. What that reflects is what we all know, that in the last couple of years, there's been a little change in our world, and we've realized those benefits in the form of expenditures, namely less travel, less in-person meetings. And so we'll see the expenditures trickle back to pre-pandemic levels, perhaps in the next year as things return to normal. Next slide. Comparison of budget to actual. So the State Bar follows a best practice of having a robust and rigorous budget process. And so we kind of map out what we expect and what we expect to bring in, what we expect to expend. And in general, this year, we have a variance from what we expected. Again, because of what we'd expect in the pandemic, less travel, less in-person meetings, and so that inured to our benefit by having more revenues than we budgeted for. We budgeted for at the normal level, and we didn't adjust it to take the pandemic into account. So that's why we have such a large variance. Next slide, please. Another big item that we've considered is the quarterly investment report. The bar has about $30 million or so in an investment account, and so we have that managed by professional managers, the PFM Asset Management Company. And over this last year, as you'd expect, interest rates being low and the stock market being volatile as it is, if you look at just the numbers as of today, we've had a decrease in that value. But don't worry, none of those losses or none of that decrease in value will be realized, because we're not planning to sell any of that anytime soon. So we're good as far as that's concerned. For this investment report, on behalf of the Audit and Finance Committee, I move to approve the February 28, 2022 quarterly investment report that is included in your packet.
Thank you, Director Calvillo. Director Calvillo has moved to approve the State Bar's quarterly investment report for the quarter ending February 28, 2022. Coming from a committee, no second is needed. Is there any discussion? Director Fisher, I see that you're at the microphone. You have the floor.
I do, thanks. I know that's good work. I was looking at that investment report, and I have one really big question about it. As of just 2 months ago, we were getting about 1%, 1.6%, 1.06%, excuse me, on our investments in return. And this morning, the Treasuries opened up at 2.82. And for non-number people, a difference of 2% on, say, 20,000 is about 600,000 a year. So my question is, are we in flexible investments, or are we tied into this long term? Because I think we need that, with interest rates probably rising, we need to be flexible. We need to be able to change it at short notice. I mean, with that 600,000, we could have gotten a lot better restaurant than last night. You know.
Thank you, Director Fisher.
Okay.
Director Calvillo, do you have an answer to that question?
I do.
Thank you.
Yeah. So as you'd expect, being affiliated with the state entity, we have a very, very conservative investment policy. The general fund portfolio is fully invested in U.S. Treasuries, federal agencies, commercial paper, insured CDs, and AAA-M rated money market mutual funds. So that's about as conservative as you can get. So we're not expected to turn those investments on a dime. So it's going to be low yield, in the short term, but in the long term, we expect that to be, to preserve our corpus or our principal investment.
Are there any further comments from directors? Okay, seeing none, all those in favor of approving the State Bar's quarterly investment report for the quarter ending February 28th, 2022, please respond by saying aye. Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion is adopted. I'll turn the floor back over to Director Calvillo.
Thank you. So the next thing we need to do, because of such important questions, we want to know who's managing our investments. So we have under contract, we have that PFM asset management firm that we mentioned. And what we decided to do this year is we decided to extend their investment contract for one additional year. Under the State Bar Act, we can do it for 2 years, but we decided to do it for, or recommend that it be for a 1-year extension through May of 2023. To date, they've had good performance. They're always responsive to questions, and they work very well with the State Bar staff. So on behalf of the Audit and Finance Committee, I move to approve a 1-year extension of the PFM asset management contract.
Director Calvillo has moved to approve a 1-year extension of the PFM asset management contract for investment management service coming from a committee. No second is needed. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of approving a 1-year extension of PFM asset management's contract for investment management services, please respond by saying aye. Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion is adopted. Director Calvillo, you have the floor.
Thank you, sir. So the last item that I have, what's that? My tie is falling crooked. Yeah, I'm a little off myself. So, the last thing is the audit. Now, you may remember that there's an internal audit and there's an external audit. External audit has to do with the financial statements and that they're fairly stated. The internal audit looks a microscope on the operations and makes sure that things are being followed. The State Bar follows best practices and has both. You don't always find that in enterprises of this size, but we have both. We have an external audit and we have an internal audit. And the firm that we currently have, the McConnell Jones firm, is a veteran-owned, minority-owned, historically underutilized business. They do work for a lot of other state agencies, such as the Texas Lottery Commission, the Texas Adjutant General, Texas Real Estate Commission, Texas Historical Commission. And so we know that they're a very well-known quantity. Nevertheless, we put it out for a request for proposal, an RFP. They were the only ones that responded. And so the Audit and Finance Committee, being diligent in its duty, asked, well, you know, we wish we could feel better that they're the best ones out there. And we looked at it and determined that we actually asked some very pointed questions. And as a result of those pointed questions raised by many of you, including several of you, they resubmitted their proposal, this time with some cost savings. I think I covered those to the executive committee, that the savings were about $100,000, I think, over the 5-year period. So given all that, we moved to recommend to the board that we approve the selection. So on behalf of the Audit and Finance Committee, we move to approve the selection of the CPA firm, McConnell Jones, as the State Bar's internal auditors for a period of up to 5 years.
Thank you, Director Calvillo. Director Calvillo has moved to approve the audit firm McConnell Jones LLP as the State Bar of Texas internal auditors. Coming from a committee, no second is needed. Is there any discussion from directors? Seeing none, all those in favor of approving the audit firm McConnell Jones LLP as State Bar of Texas internal auditors, please respond by saying aye. Any opposed? Okay, seeing none, the motion's adopted.
That concludes my presentation. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much for all of your hard work, Director Calvillo. And with that, we're going to move on to agenda item number 13. And Rebecca Brooker is here to provide the report from the Administration Committee.
Thank you, Chair. The Administration Committee recently received some recommended changes to the Texas Rules of Civil Procedure and the Texas Rules of Appellate Procedure from the State Bar Court Rules Committee. Today, the board can decide whether to approve the referral of the recommendation to the Supreme Court of Texas for consideration. Assuming the board approves the referrals, there will still be an opportunity for review by the Supreme Court and the Supreme Court Advisory Committee before any change would potentially take place. And this is important. It is not up to us. It is ultimately up to the Supreme Court whether to adopt a change. And if the court was to actually consider a change, there would be an opportunity for public comments and so forth. So I'm going to turn to the rules that are wanting to be amended. The Court Rules Committee recommended amending Texas Rules of Civil Procedure 193.7 regarding the authentication of documents. Under the current version of the rule, a party's production of a document in response to written discovery authenticates the document for use against the party in a pretrial proceeding or trial unless within 10 days or a longer or shorter time ordered by the court after the producing party has actual notice that the document will be used, the party objects to the authenticity. The proposed change would clarify that a party must make specific reference to a document in order for the objection period to be triggered. As you can see in the memo that's in your materials, the proposal would add the word specific in one place within the rule. This is the only proposed change to the rule itself, but the Court Rules Committee has also recommended amending the comment for clarification. So the Administration Committee met in March. We approved the referral to the Court Rules Committee's recommendation of the Supreme Court for consideration. So on behalf of the Administration Committee, I move that the Board of Directors approve the referral of the recommendation from the State Bar Court Rules Committee regarding Texas Rules of Civil Procedure 193.7 to the Supreme Court of Texas for consideration.
Thank you, Director Brooker. Director Brooker has moved to approve the referral of the recommendation from the State Bar Rules Committee regarding Texas Rule of Civil Procedure 193.7 to the Supreme Court of Texas for consideration. Coming from a committee, no second is needed. Is there any discussion from directors? Okay, seeing none, all those in favor of approving the referral of the recommendation from the State Bar Rules Committee regarding Texas Rule of Civil Procedure 193.7 to the Supreme Court of Texas for consideration, please respond by saying aye. Are there any opposed? Hearing none, the motion is adopted. Director Brooker, you have the floor.
Currently, the Texas Rules of Appellate Procedure 39.7 provides that a party's ability to participate in oral argument is waived if the party did not request oral argument on the cover of its brief. And there's no uniformity in how courts of appeals handle the situation when a party actually fails to request the oral argument on the cover of the brief itself. So the proposed change would make it clear that a party's failure to request oral argument on the cover of a brief does not waive the party's right to argue in the event the appellate court sets the case for oral argument. The proposal would also add a comment about the change. So the Administration Committee met in April, and we voted to recommend that the board refer the Court Rules Committee recommendation to the Supreme Court for consideration because just like in the last one, this helped make things clearer for the lawyers practicing in our state. So on behalf of the Administration Committee, I move that the Board of Directors approve the referral of the recommendation from the State Bar Court Rules Committee regarding Texas Rules of Appellate Procedure 39.7 to the Supreme Court of Texas for consideration.
Thank you, Director Brooker. Director Brooker has moved to approve the referral of the recommendation from the State Bar Court Rules Committee regarding Texas Rule of Appellate Procedure 39.7 to the Supreme Court of Texas for consideration. Coming from a committee, no second is needed. Is there any discussion from directors? Seeing none, all those in favor of approving the referral of the recommendation from the State Bar Court Rules Committee regarding Texas Rule of Appellate Procedure 39.7 to the Supreme Court of Texas for consideration, please respond by saying aye. Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion is adopted. Director Brooker, you have the floor.
And the last one is regarding the Texas Lawyers Creed. You'll recall that the Presidential Task Force on Diversity, Equity, Inclusion recently recommended changes to the Texas Lawyers Creed. At our January meeting, the board voted to refer the DEI Task Force's proposed changes to the Lawyers Creed to the Administration Committee for consideration. As just a little bit of background, the Texas Lawyers Creed was promulgated by the Supreme Court of Texas and the Texas Court of Criminal Appeals in 1989. It's aspirational in nature. It does not create a basis for any lawyer discipline. The Administration Committee reviewed the proposed changes, and after careful consideration and lots of discussion, thought that there were some revisions in order. The proposed revisions you'll see in your board material reflect what the DEI Task Force submitted as edited and recommended by the Administration Committee. Accordingly, the Administration Committee has recommended that the board approve the submission of this version of to the Supreme Court of Texas and to the Texas Court of Criminal Appeals for consideration. And again, I would emphasize that it would ultimately be up to the Supreme Court and the Court of Criminal Appeals whether to adopt these revisions. No change to the Texas Lawyers Creed would take place by board vote today. So on behalf of the Administration Committee, I move that the Board of Directors approve the submission of proposed revisions to the Texas Lawyers Creed as set out in your board materials today to the Supreme Court of Texas and to the Texas Court of Criminal Appeals for consideration.
Director Brooker has moved to approve the submission of proposed revisions to the Texas Lawyers Creed as set out in the document included in the board materials for today to the Supreme Court of Texas and to the Texas Court of Criminal Appeals for consideration. Coming from a committee, no second is needed. Director Forbes, I see that you have a comment. You have the floor.
I do. Thank you. First, I want to thank the admin committee for its hard work and for this board for prioritizing these important suggestions. In our packet, we received a public comment from Mr. Fred Hagan. Mr. Hagan was co-chair of the Supreme Court committee that drafted the original Texas Lawyers Creed. He made a few suggestions which do not at all change the substance. He, of course, like all of us, agrees with opposing discrimination. He suggests to place it at the beginning in section 1, and I agree. And he suggests there's no need to copy it throughout to effectuate the message, with which I agree. Mr. Hagan points out a discrepancy. For instance, the one reason why we might want to just put it in section 1 and it applies throughout. Under section 2, lawyer to client, number 12, that entire section talks about a lawyer's duty to the client, yet number 12 talks about adverse parties and witnesses. So just to avoid that kind of inconsistency. So while I don't think what I'm saying will change anything, I will make 3 motions to amend. Again, it doesn't affect the substance, but I found Mr. Hagan's letter, given that I've heard him speak. He's basically one of the godfathers of the Texas Lawyers Creed. I gave it incredible weight that Mr. Hagan agreed wholeheartedly with the changes, but clean it up. So I'll just make the 3 motions.
Before you make your motions, Director Forbes, it may be helpful if we could maybe pull this up on the screen so that everybody can see. Are the proposed changes that you're going to make a motion on? Will they be readily apparent if we just pull up the revised version of the Texas Lawyers Creed?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes,
great.
or it doesn't change the substance. It's just for consistency. But obviously, it's not up to us. But I really wanted to make sure, because the public comments go under a separate book, that Mr. Hagan's comment was reviewed. So is someone going to pull it up, or should I just read what my amendments are?
It's being pulled up right now, Director Forbes. If you just hang with us for 1 second. Sure.
And his letter was submitted after we had met and
okay.
the committee had met, but agree that minor edits that don't affect the overall changes.
Yeah. So, okay. So section 1, that looks fine. And then I make a motion for section 2, lawyer to client, to delete number 12. It's repetitive. We already say it in section 1, which applies throughout. And this is also where it's inconsistent, the language.
So let's hold on a second. So we're going to take these one at a time, Director Forbes. Are you making a motion? I believe that your motion is to delete number 12 on section 2 of the proposed revised Texas Lawyers Creed and included in the board packet. Is that correct?
That is correct. That is
Okay.
my motion.
So let's hold there for a second. Is there a second to Director Forbes' motion? I see that Director Wooten has seconded. Okay, is there any discussion on Director Forbes' motion? Yes, Director Smith.
I'm not able to pull up the comments at the same time. Where is 12 covered in section 1?
It's not anywhere else.
Right.
So, and then this is where he says it's inconsistent.
Okay. Mr. Hagan's letter is referring to section 2, but I'm sorry, under Roman numeral 1, section 2 there is referring to an attorney's responsibility to assure that all persons have access to competent representation. 12 is a commitment to treat adverse parties and witnesses with fairness, which I don't view that as being, I don't view 1 as being covered by what's in 12. I would think 12 would still be necessary.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Director Smith. Is there any further discussion with respect to Director Forbes' initial motion to amend?
So yes, this is about 12. I agree with the substance of everything, but I agree with Lucy that 12 makes no sense in the lawyer to client section. And the problem we have here is if you look at our disciplinary rules, we have a section 4 in our disciplinary rules, respect for rights of third persons, which is 4.04. Section 4 is titled non-client relationships. And so to put that in the lawyer's creed under the client section doesn't make any sense. Let me just tell you what should be done here. We should have a statement in number 1 in the beginning that says, all persons involved in the legal system shall be, entitled to be treated fairly without regard to sex, all that stuff. And it's a catch-all in number 1. That's where it belongs. And then you don't have to repeat it 2 and 3. But this one is out of place. And it's one of those things future generations will read and be like, what does that have to do with clients? Who made that decision? Why is that there? It doesn't make any sense. So it just doesn't belong there. So I agree with Lucy on that one.
Thank you, Director Schrammick. Director Smith?
I agree. I agreed that it didn't make sense until I noticed that under Roman 2, section 6, it says, I will treat adverse parties and witnesses. So for whatever reason, the court put adverse parties and witnesses under section 2. So I recognize the inconsistency, but it looks to me like it's already in there. So for that reason, I think it makes sense to keep it under this section.
Thank you, Director Smith. Director Jason Smith.
Yep. I had the honor of working for Justice Jack Hightower in the Texas Supreme Court, who spearheaded the effort to enact the Texas Lawyer Creed. The Texas Lawyer Creed is aspirational and is not binding. And yet another example of why we need to adopt ABA Model Rule 8.4G, not to sound like broken record. And that's why Rule 4.4 may have some aspect, but that's binding. This is aspirational. And in section 2, we already, the court has already had sections that deal with adverse party and witnesses. And so I think 12 is clear, and that's why we need to keep it in the proposed changes. So I'm in favor of keeping 12.
Thank you, Director Jason Smith. Are there any other comments from directors on this issue before we take a vote? Director Fisher, you have the floor.
Yeah, I guess I'm the one who originally brought this to the attention of the bar probably a year and a half ago. And I spoke to a committee that maybe Sylvia chaired, and they took what I wrote, which is that first part, and you guys added so many good things that were a lot better than what I did. It seems that, and I don't know what happened to it because none of them are reflected here. I do think number 12 and number 20 are sort of repetitive. I wish Adam would use a suggestion and make an amendment, but otherwise I appreciate all the good work. But I would like to know what happened to the work that Sylvia's committee did.
Thank you, Director Fisher. Director Cordoville, you have the floor.
Yes, I'd like to see how President Sylvia and Chair Rebecca have, what would you have to say about the amendment?
Thank you, Director Cordoville. Yes, President Firth, you have the floor.
I will say that I agree that it's awkward where it is and that it probably just belongs somewhere else. But if we remove it, that same statement doesn't appear anywhere else. And I want y'all to realize while it appears repetitive, the task force was following the pattern that had been put in place. So it's like dealing with the public, dealing with opposing counsel. And this one appears to be a straggler, could be very quickly fixed by placing it elsewhere. And I know that we worked with our in-house counsel, and so Brad may have a suggestion. He reviewed this in advance too. So maybe we want to hear from our lawyers.
Thank you, President. To address that issue, and if there is a consensus or thought that it may be awkward to be in part two, I think one easy solution might be just to take that sentence and put it in part one, and then it's not lumped under the duties to client section. And as President Burundafirth correctly pointed out, the similar sentences in the next two or three parts are slightly different in terms of, who the lawyer is to, treat with fairness. So that's one suggestion for the board to consider.
Thank you, Brad. Director Cortez Mares, you have the floor.
Yes, first of all, thank you very much for the work you've done on this. I know that's very difficult, and it's going to be extremely difficult to modify language among 60+ people. But the first portion of item number 12 is redundant because it's already included in item number 6. So my proposal is an amendment to the proposed motion, which is to omit item number 12 entirely. However, add after the word due consideration, or after the words due consideration in item number 6, add with fairness, without regard to, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So that language can be easily inserted in the first portion of item number 6, and then keep the last sentence of item number 6 intact. So you're addressing it where it was originally intended to be addressed.
Thank you, Director Cortez Mares. Don't go anywhere. Don't go anywhere. Director Cortez Mares, it appears that you have a motion to amend the proposed amendment. Could you please restate the exact motion that you're moving for?
Yes. So the original motion by Director Forbes was to omit, correct? Item number 12.
That is correct.
My proposed amendment to that motion is to edit item number 6 so that it states, I will treat adverse parties and witnesses with fairness and due consideration without regard to race, sex, religion, national origin, ethnicity, disability, age, sexual orientation, gender identity, marital status, or socioeconomic status. And item number 6 would continue. A client has no right to demand that I abuse anyone or indulge in any offensive conduct, period.
Thank you, Director Cortez Mares. Is there a second? Okay. Director Jason Smith has seconded. Is there any discussion to Director Cortez Mares's proposed amendment to the?
I have a proposal, and I agree that makes it a lot better. So that's good. But I think, and I'm going to just comment to your amendment first, which is we should, instead of saying anything here, and also in the next section where we get to judges in a minute, instead of saying anything about the judge, we should in section 1, the foundational principles of our system, I will treat all persons involved in the legal system with fairness and without regard to race, blah, blah, blah. It gets clients, it gets judges, it gets opposing counsel, it gets parties, and it's one statement up front that is all comprehensive, and that will resolve all these issues.
Thank you, Dirk. I don't think that's a motion, but, and that wouldn't be an allowable motion. We'd be getting to tertiary motions at that point. I don't want to get into discussion about that, but
that motion may be coming depending on how we
it may be coming. We can handle that separately.
Yeah. I like Director Schrammik's suggestion because it puts everything at the top. I believe, as he explained it, it would follow sentence number 7, and then it would follow, and I realize this is technically not Robert's Rules appropriate, but it would follow through with the next 2 motions I have. It would encapsulate it all very broadly in the top. It applies to everything throughout.
Okay. Let me just be clear, Director Forbes, are you proposing to modify the previous amendment that you had? Is that sort of the spirit of what you're saying?
No, my amendment remains to delete. I make a motion to delete section 2,
Okay.
number 12. So, and in its place to put what Director Schrammik said in section 1, number 7.
Okay.
I know.
Before we get to that, let's
But I have
deal with,
two other motions too, because, but it's the same concept.
no problem. Let's deal with the motions that we have on the floor right now. The current main motion on the floor is Director Cortes Mares' motion to amend the proposed amendment. Director Wooten, do you have any comments on that proposed amendment?
I would echo what Director Schrammick said, in part because these documents, while not long, sometimes are too long to keep the attention of attorneys. So if we can say the same thing with fewer words, I think we should. So I echo Director Schrammick's remarks in response to the amendment.
And Director Michael Smith, do you have an additional comment? Okay. All right. With that said, the current motion on the floor is the motion by Director Cortes Mares to amend the proposed amendment to the Texas Lawyers Creed. All those in favor of Director Cortes Mares' proposed amendment to the proposed amendment by Director Forbes, please respond by saying aye. Are there any opposed? Okay.
So point of order, I thought that the motion was on the floor was to delete 12 and that this was a friendly amendment that had been proposed.
It was not a friendly amendment. Once a motion is made, then additional motions can be made to amend the amendment. We'll take an up or down vote on that motion, right? And so I can say that as chair, it was not clear to me on the proposed amendment by Director Cortes Mares whether the ayes had it or whether the nays had it. I think it's appropriate at this point in time to take a roll call vote on that proposed amendment. Can you please, Director Cortes Mares, so that everybody in the room is clear, can you please restate your proposed amendment?
Yes, but before I restate the proposed amendment, point of order, I'd like to withdraw my proposed amendment.
Okay.
And
Once you make an amendment, once you make a motion and it's seconded, you can't withdraw it. So we can easily take an up or down vote, right? And so if the sentiment behind your proposed amendment has changed, why don't we retake the vote that was just taken since it wasn't clear whether the ayes had it or the nays had it. And so at this point, all those in favor of Director Cortes Mares' proposed amendment, which she now does not support, please respond by saying aye. Are there any opposed? The nays have it and the motion is not adopted. Now we're going to go back to Director Forbes' motion. Director Forbes, you currently have a motion on the floor to delete item number 12 from section 2 of the proposed revisions to the Texas Lawyers Creed. Is there any further discussion on Director Forbes' proposed amendment?
So I think I can make a friendly amendment. Is that right?
Once a motion, Director Schrammick, is made and it's
Y'all know what
seconded,
we want to do here. So what's the procedure?
we're going to take a vote. If there's no
Okay.
further discussion, we're going to take a
Okay.
vote on Director Forbes' proposed amendment. And then we can deal with additional motions at that time. So seeing no further discussion, Director Forbes has proposed deleting item number 12 from section 2 of the proposed revisions to the Texas Lawyers Creed. All those in favor of Director Forbes' proposed amendment, please respond by saying aye. Are there any opposed? Okay, seeing none, the ayes have it and the proposed amendment is adopted. I believe that there is.
Okay, I have a second motion. My second motion is to amend section 3 to delete under lawyer to lawyer number 20. And this will all be cleaned up by the time Mr. Schrammick and I are done. It'll all be in the top. Right?
Do-
Yeah. Well, no, he said one at a time. He said one at a time. Oh, okay. Oh, no, he said one.
Yeah.
Let's wait for our chair.
Director Forbes, so whenever we're dealing with Robert's rules, once we start making several amendments, you get to a point where you cannot make any additional amendments. And so I'm going to give you an opportunity. It's now been, the proposed revisions to the Texas Lawyers Creed have now been amended, okay? There's one additional amendment that can be made to the proposed revisions to the Texas Lawyers Creed. That said, if you're going to make a motion to amend the current motion on the floor to adopt the revisions to the Texas Lawyers Creed, please make that complete amendment right now.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. All right, I make a motion to amend the Lawyers Creed by deleting Section 3, lawyer to lawyer, number 20. I make also to amend the same Lawyers Creed, Section 4, lawyer to judge, delete the sentence number 10. And then I make a motion to amend under Section 1, number 7, okay, yeah, so for number 7 to read what it says, you know, I will not engage in unlawful discrimination or harassment in my practice of law, period. I will treat all persons involved in the legal system with fairness, without regard to race, comma, sex, comma, religion, comma, national origin, comma, ethnicity, comma, disability, comma, age, comma, sexual orientation, comma, gender identity, comma, marital status, comma, or socioeconomic status, period.
Thank you, Director Forbes. Is there a second to Director Forbes' motion? Director Wooten has seconded. Is there any discussion? Okay, seeing none, all those in favor of Director Forbes' motion to amend the proposed revisions to the Texas Lawyers Creed, please respond by saying aye. Are there any opposed? Okay, seeing none, the motion to amend is adopted. Now, before anybody goes anywhere, we are going to take a separate vote on passing and adopting the amended Texas Lawyers Creed as amended by Director Forbes' motions. So at this point in time, is there any further discussion before we take that vote? Okay, seeing none, at this time, all those in favor of adopting the proposed revisions to the Texas Lawyers Creed as amended by Director Forbes' motions to amend, please respond by saying aye. Any opposed? Okay, seeing none, the motion's adopted and the revisions to the Texas Lawyers Creed are adopted. Thank you.
And just for clarification, it's just now going to the courts. It's not doing anything.
Well, why don't you make that motion?
I'm not making a motion.
Yeah, you do.
I need to make a motion.
Yes.
I'm making it. So on behalf of the Administration Committee, I move that the Board of Directors approve the submission of the amended Texas Lawyers Creed as amended by our board here today to the Supreme Court of Texas and the Texas Court of Criminal Appeals.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Director Brooker. All those in favor of submitting the adopted revisions to the Texas Lawyers Creed to the Supreme Court of Texas and to the Texas Court of Criminal Appeals for consideration. First of all, I need a second before we take this vote. Is there a second? Director Jason Smith seconded. All those in favor of Director Brooker's motion to refer to the Texas Supreme Court and the Texas Court of Criminal Appeals for consideration, please respond by saying aye. Are there any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes and is adopted. Good work, everybody. Okay. I think this may be a good time for a quick recess. And so the time is now 11:23. We're going to take an approximately 10-minute recess until 11:35. And as a thank you for all of your hard work this morning and moving along so quickly on our agenda, we have a little treat of ice cream outside for you. So please enjoy.
That's great. Sir.
Turned out big. Start in the next couple of minutes.
Hey, Laura, this didn't make it to y'all's table. Will you give me your dining?
All right, everybody, let's go ahead and take our seats. We're going to go ahead and reconvene the meeting. Okay, the time is now 11:49 a.m. and I'm calling the meeting, the quarterly meeting of the State Bar of Texas Board of Directors back to order. And with that, we're going to move on to agenda item number 14A. And I'd ask Director St. Ives to chair of the DCAP committee to come forward and provide her report.
This is a report from the hardest working committee since Rob isn't here anymore. We're taking over the mantle. Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have a lengthy report and I've got a lot of information to cover. At the annual meeting last June, the board referred the report from the Public Protection Grievance Review and Client Security Fund Task Force to our committee for review. The report contained various recommendations regarding the attorney discipline system in Texas. We began our review last summer and created 3 subcommittees, A, B, and C, very original, to study the recommendations in the task force report. We just divided it up among the 3 subcommittees. Our report today contains our findings from our work this year. We conducted an in-depth review of the recommendations from the task force report. And among other things, we studied statistics related to the disciplinary system, feedback from board members, the Supreme Court's Grievance Oversight Committee report. We interviewed grievance committee panel chairs, and we had a lot of meetings. Their level of review of the disciplinary system has been extensive, not by only our group, but the other groups that I mentioned. We spent about 8 months going through this information and having internal discussions about the task force recommendations. And we wanted to make sure that we had sorted through all the facts before we formulated our report. Another thing we found is that the CDC is constantly reviewing its processes and looking for administrative ways to improve the system. But keep in mind that the disciplinary system is governed by statute and by rules of procedure, and that making amendments to those items is not an easy task. So we know that not everyone will agree with our findings, and we understand and appreciate the perspectives of all of our directors, of the perspectives that all our directors have. And I will be frank with you today that the results of our investigation and our meetings was not what I wanted to hear. So we did not go in with any preconceived notions. I wanted something different, and we did not get that. Our findings are outlined in the materials in the board packet. I want to point out that we have been working on this right up until yesterday. There is an original report in the board packet, a revised report dated April 25th, and a last document dated April 27th that amends item number 6 in the main report. I'm not going to go through all of the items, but I will go over the highlights. We do not have any action items for the board at this time. We are making several recommendations to the CDC to collect and report various statistics to the board, and they have agreed to do so. With respect to item number 1 on the DCAP report regarding sworn grievances, this is the first subject I'll discuss, and this has generated so much discussion over the years. This proposal is a requirement that complainants should be required to formally swear under penalty of perjury that their grievances are truthful. This idea comes from concern that there are numerous frivolous complaints being filed against attorneys, resulting in significant expenses for defending it, lost time and income, and creating additional stress for attorneys. Our committee considered several things on this concept. We interviewed grievance committee panel chairs and CDC regional councils throughout the state to get their perspectives on what they are seeing with respect to frivolous complaints. Remember, these grievance committee members are appointed by bar directors, and we value their opinions. They indicated that they are not seeing a big problem with frivolous complaints. They explained how they and CDC investigators take efforts to weed out these complaints. And as a result, almost 3/4 of grievances are dismissed at the initial classification stage and sufficiently filtered out of the disciplinary system. These complaints don't typically continue through the system. We talked about potential chilling effect it could have on members of the public. The public generally has little to no knowledge about the disciplinary system. And if members of the public perceive that there could be a penalty for filing a grievance and will be afraid to come forward with complaints. The grievance form already contains language asking complainants to swear that the information is true and correct. While it doesn't contain a penalty of perjury, it is clear that complainants are being asked to be truthful in their complaint. We consider Director Andrew Tolchin's opinion on this issue. His comments are included in the board packets materials, and I encourage each of you to read them and review them. He pointed out that there is an unqualified immunity in the State Bar Act that prohibits an action being brought for perjury, even if the grievance form was changed to express such a condition. We were in agreement with his assertion that the State Bar itself cannot make a change of this nature, and it would require a legislative change to implement such a policy. That is not something to be taken lightly. The issue was examined carefully by the task force and the Supreme Court's Grievance Oversight Committee. Both of these groups conducted a thorough review of the subject and recommended that sworn grievances with a penalty of perjury not be implemented, and we agreed with their result. Based on that information, we don't believe that sworn grievances should be implemented. With respect to number 3 on the DCAP report, no private session between the investigative hearing panel and the CDC counsel. The CDC counsel meets with the investigatory hearing panel members after meeting with the respondent and his or her legal counsel. The task force recommends that the respondent be allowed to also meet with the panel during that meeting. There is criticism that this meeting functions as an ex parte meeting that shouldn't be allowed because it gives unfair advantage to the CDC. The main thing we learned is that the CDC counsel serves as the attorney for the IVH panel. At this meeting, the CDC answers process questions and any questions that the panel members may have. This meeting is not prohibited by the disciplinary procedure rules, nor does it serve to disadvantage respondents in the process. Neither the respondent nor the complainants are allowed in this meeting. Without it, the panel members won't have the necessary administrative and procedural information they need to expedite the case. For these reasons, there is not a reason to do away with the administrative meeting involving the investigatory hearing panel members and the CDC staff. Steps should be taken to ensure that investigatory hearings are less adversarial, which is item number 4 on the task force report. The task force report suggests that we look for ways to make the investigatory hearing less adversarial. They suggested abandoning the requirement that the witnesses take an oath prior to the testimony. We understand that there is a natural adversarial tone just because of the nature of the hearing with opposing parties. But we believe that the CDC does a good job at trying to educate respondents about the process, which helps to lessen that natural tension. We think that asking witnesses to take an oath to tell the truth is a necessary thing to set the tone of being honest in their testimony. A lot of the information that we gathered on with respect to this came from panel chairs themselves, not the CDC. Additionally, prior to IVF hearing, IVF, I knew I was going to say that. IVH hearings, the panel chair reads a statement asking for proper decorum. We have suggested that the panel chairs also ask all attorney participants to agree that they will uphold the spirit of the Texas Lawyers Creed during the hearing. This is a simple administrative step to help remind attorneys of the importance of the principles in the creed. Next, we have stakeholders should study whether to raise the burden of proof for discipline cases to clear and convincing instead of preponderance of the evidence, which is item number 6 on the report. The task force recommended that a study be undertaken to evaluate whether the burden of proof in disciplinary cases should be raised to clear and convincing evidence. The current standard, as we all know, is preponderance of the evidence in disciplinary complaints, and that has been in effect for years. Our committee appreciates the information submitted by Directors Andrew Tolchin and Chad Baruch on this issue. Their reports are also in the materials, and I encourage you to take a look at those as well. They are top lawyers in the state and did an amazing amount of legal research, and both raised valid arguments on each side of the issue. As their letters indicate, there are differing opinions on the standard of evidence in Texas and across the country. At this time, we did not find a compelling reason to change the standard of evidence for disciplinary cases across the board. We do, however, believe that more study is needed on this issue as it relates to the disbarment of attorneys. We understand that taking an attorney's license to practice law is very serious, and we think that more information is needed to determine whether the standard of evidence should be raised to clear and convincing on these cases. This is something that future DCAP committees should evaluate over time. Approximately 2/3 of grievance complaints are dismissed at initial classification stage, and a small percentage advance through the system. This means that there is merit to the cases that advance through the system and ultimately result in discipline. If we raise the standard, it could be seen as an attempt by the bar to put their own interests above the interests of the public. If the members of the public are wronged by their attorneys, we do not need to make it harder for them to seek justice. Adopting uniform standards for case selection and procedures across the regions, and this is item number 7 in the DCAP report. One item that did come up during our review was an idea to improve the IVH process. The CDC indicated that they do not currently have the ability to pull a case from the IVH process when it's evident the case should not move forward. For example, when an attorney responds to a complaint and provides pertinent information that shows the case should not be moved forward to the IVH, there is no mechanism for it to be pulled back. That means that a hearing still has to be conducted, which is a waste of time and resources. And before I came on the board in 2019, we had a hearing of this nature where it shouldn't have gone forward, but the CDC did not have the ability to pull it back. We have recommended that the CDC consider initiating a potential rule amendment with the Committee on Disciplinary Rules and Referenda so that they can review the issue and determine whether an amendment to the rules of disciplinary procedure should be considered. Filing grievances against opposing counsel should be discouraged, as particularly when there's litigation ongoing. This is item number 8 on the DCAP report. There is a concern that attorneys may be trying to use the grievance system as a tool during litigation against opposing counsel. In other words, the grievances would be used to harass or bog down opposing counsel. After discussing this with the CDC, it is their experience that there does not seem to be a significant number of lawyer-to-lawyer complaints, but the CDC database does not track whether a grievance is being filed during the course of litigation between opposing counsels. The CDC classification attorneys monitor cases within the system to identify frivolous or harassing grievances to weed them out during the classification stage. We have asked the CDC to continue monitoring this and to collect statistics regarding the number of complaints filed by attorneys against opposing counsel during litigation. We've also asked the CDC to report this information to the State Bar Board of Directors on an ongoing basis. First of all, I need to thank my committee members, the members of the DCAP committee, and I'm going to defer my notes. We had meetings on our calendars almost weekly over the last year because we had we divided into subcommittees. Each subcommittee had their various meetings with maybe panel chairs or other interested parties with the CDC council and others that are involved in this process. Then we came together as a full committee, and then we divided back up into subcommittees to develop our portion of the report. Then we got back together as a full committee to look at the report once more, and then each member made their own particular redlined edits to the report and sent them back so we could compile what you have today. When I said we're the hardest working committee, I wasn't not taking a shot at anybody else. I just wanted to let you know that over the course of the last year, our team worked very hard and continuous. And as I said in my introduction, the results were not what I wanted. They were not. We did not go in with any preconceived notions. We did not draw any conclusions before we started the research. But this is where we are. And we want to thank everybody that was involved, including the panel chairs who don't get paid for their time to do that. And this concludes our report, and I'm happy to take any questions or comments.
Thank you, Director Sanders-Brewer. Are there any comments from directors? Director Fisher, I see that you're at the microphone. You have the floor. Direct your comments to me, Mr. Director Fisher.
Okay. Well, these other committees that were doing these issues contacted me so that I would have some input, and this committee did not. And I would like that in the future. You know, I don't care about a grievance against myself. I could retire now any day. I doubt Andrew does. He's a totally ethical person. But we have a problem that we never talk about. And that is, and you can look on Google Trends, the average member of the State Bar, Texas, does not like us. They will not vote in our elections. No matter how many times we send out an information, please vote, because I haven't voted yet, so I get one every day. We still have like 17% turnout. We cannot make excuses for that. And the reason is, and you know that I'm in touch with 20,000 lawyers in my groups, or same with Andrew, is because it doesn't perceive, we don't perceive that the State Bar is doing things for us. Yeah, we get fast case, but so do the other states. So this is in part an image problem. And the fact, and I do appreciate your work, and I appreciate that the detail that you guys put into it. But the fact that it's up to the legislature, okay, we could at least make a recommendation to the legislator or the legislative committee here. I want to get lawyers to like and appreciate the bar, but I hear this all the time. And if we have a public meeting on it, we can get 100 lawyers or so to speak to us about it. It's really, yes, we have to protect the public, but everybody protects the public. It's lawyers who are always under fire. And if Zoom was a great idea, and I thank Adam for helping me, but this is something that's near and dear to our heart. This is what we ran for office for. This doesn't pay. And it's overwhelming. If I think Andrew did a 500 lawyer poll or whatever it was, and this is the 90%. Let's just think about this. Instead of being negative and saying, well, we can't do this and we can't do that, we can't do that, and invite me to a meeting, let's see where we can do something positive. There would be nothing better for the image of the bar and the 100,000 lawyers that we represent to be able to say, yes, we got something for you. There's always going to be people that complain, but if we can bring back some bacon to our constituents and say, yes, it matters. I don't care how many complaints go in the garbage. It's the same on the Judicial Commission. You know, the fact is, if somebody is going to try to go after a lawyer's license, they should be able to swear under oath. We need help with the legislature. The investigative commissions, committees, I get a lot of complaint about it. Luckily, there's some really good bar disciplinary counsel that sought me out and said, hey, how can we improve it? You know, it is an adversary system. And I don't know that we can convince people not, but the clear and convincing, taking away somebody's license, you know, and I believe, and maybe Andrew can guide me on this, that most states already have that. So, you know, if we do the best we can and we come out with something positive and we send it to the legislature and they say, no, well, okay, you know, we can't do everything. But I really wish that all these alienated lawyers, that we could give them just something. But I do thank you for your work. Let me know when I can come and talk to you guys.
Thank you, Director Fisher. Director Mount, you have the floor.
Thank you. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Lidia Lizondo Mount. I represent District 12. Most of my area is south of San Antonio. I know a lot of people think Texas ends in San Antonio. It doesn't. There's another 4 hours south. So please come visit us anytime you'd like. Wonderful culture, wonderful people, amazing food. We'd love to have you. As the director for District 12, I want to point out that I am on the committee that Director St. Ives was just discussing. And I am in the minority on that particular committee, as I do not agree with our findings. I believe there is more that we can do to protect the members of our profession, the members of this bar who pay dues and are compelled to be a part of this bar deserve our protection. I know that sometimes optics are a concern. I'm not saying necessarily that was explicitly discussed in any of our meetings, but I understand that sometimes people think, well, it's going to look bad to the public if we're trying to protect the attorneys who are brought up on grievances. However, we are dues paying members and of a bar association, and we deserve that protection. And so we should have adequate protection. Even though this committee did not recommend changing the standard of proof in order to take away somebody's license or to handle a grievance, I think there is more that we could do and we should do. So I would invite whoever's on this committee next year, because I may or may not be invited back onto this committee, but whoever is on this committee next year, I think that you really should do more and look into it more, because we as the members of the bar deserve to be protected. I would simply draw a comparison to maybe the medical board. I think they probably do a lot to protect the members of the medical community, the doctors, and I think we should do the same thing for us. Yes, protect the public. That's a good thing to do always, but the public are not members of the Bar Association. Lawyers are members of the Bar Association, and therefore I think we do take priority. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Director Mount. Director Tolchin, you have the floor.
On clear and convincing evidence, it's a very, very big deal that this institution has a committee that came to a study and came to a conclusion that we should study some more clear and convincing, even just in the context of disbarment. but I want to give you some idea of how I believe they got to that conclusion, okay? I believe it's a committee of 4. I believe one of the 4 wanted to have clear and convincing for everything. And I believe, I wasn't there, but I believe the other 3 wanted to study. And that was premised largely on a letter that I sent, which referred to disbarment proceedings and cases about this in other states and how it happens. Problem is, you don't really get those cases about suspensions. They're normally about disbarments, okay? But those states still have clear and convincing for their suspensions also. I just don't have cases about that because they don't really go up, right? So what I'd like to see is some additional efforts here to go beyond, we're gonna study it, we ought to study it. We've studied it in every state and we're still gonna study it some more, why we'd like to study it. What I'd like to see is some action. I'm not entirely sure how to go about that, but I'm going to be exploring that, and anybody who's interested, please contact me. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Tolchin. Director Harris. You have the floor.
The members of the bar have a primary responsibility to serve the public. And this process, the grievance process, is something that inherently affects the public, it deeply affects the public. And it is part of the basis of the trust in the legal system. Remember that the grievance process is written by lawyers for lawyers. The task force had no public members on it. And there was no public input. The public input that was reported was actually all from lawyers, not from members of the public, not from any aggrieved. So I want everybody to be mindful while the bar serves the lawyers, the bar also serves the public. And that's what I have to say.
Thank you, Director Harris. Director Toby, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Very interesting part of our board packet today. There are grievance statistics going back at least 10 years, I think more. And let me just kind of go over some of those because I do think maybe we're not giving the protection of the public aspect of this enough attention. There are roughly 7,000 complaints filed each year. Out of that, there are roughly 300 to 400 lawyers who are actually disciplined. Out of 7,000 complaints, out of 107,000 lawyers in this state, that is about a 0.3% rate of lawyers who are disciplined. And by far, the majority of those are private reprimands. And we talk about disbarments, we talk about public reprimands. That is a tiny number. And to do anything that makes it harder for the public to access their right to complain about a lawyer, I think the optics of that are not only bad, it does a disservice to the public. And I don't think we in our position as directors of this bar association should facilitate that. The other point I'd like to make is that the existing grievance form, it says the complainant signs it true and correct to the best of their knowledge and belief. It's not sworn before a notary, so they don't have to take the extra step of going to a notary and having it under penalty of perjury, but there is a statement, an affirmation that it's true. And I think that's adequate for this point. And I understand there was a lot of people in this room that disagree with that. I respect that opinion. But I think what we have to do is not only balance the rights of the lawyers in this state, but the public. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Toby. Director Jason Smith.
Director Toby, I served on this committee as well. We did a lot of hard work. We did recommend that more study be taken on disbarment and the standard of care for disbarment, or the burden of proof for disbarment. What I came away from all of this discussion is our disciplinary council is not overly zealous. They use discretion. We generally, the lawyers that are disciplined fall into 2 categories: lawyers who are overwhelmed, lawyers and don't do their job, lawyers who make a mistake, a big mistake, but aren't intentionally trying to cheat anyone, and lawyers who are trying to cheat their clients out of money. And those should be dealt with, and to protect the public and to put confidence in the bar. This is also a lesson in what our role is. It's the legislature that can amend the statute. And for instance, if I was for sworn grievances and I don't see any evidence. This doesn't foreclose any action. Folks really think that. We did a lot of work and study. This primary council has a lot of discretion.
Thank you, Director Jason Smith. Director Tolchin, I know that you want to speak again. However, I believe Past President McDougal would like to speak as well. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a couple of things I kind of want to bring up about this task force that was put together, was put together by Judge Mike Fields. He was an African-American judge out of Houston, Texas, and he put this together and put together probably, you would agree, one of the most diverse committees we've ever had. And he put this together. And we did have public members on that committee. They were there. There was not an absence of them. And what they came up with is this. This is a hard issue to address. I mean, I sat in on some of the DCAP meetings and listened to them and heard the banter go back and forth. But what we've got, and I guess my point is we're so focused on the public protection that it's almost as though we're forgetting the lawyers. And if you've never had a grievance and never had to deal with one, I mean, this is when lawyers need TLAP, because all of a sudden they see their financial livelihood, their career and everything, even if it may be a false or fictitious grievance, before them. And that's why so many of the lawyers in our state are wanting sworn grievances. But I understand the difficulty that we have in sworn grievances, that we don't want to discourage people from filing legitimate complaints. But the numbers that were brought up a while ago show one thing. And I've always said this, and I will still say it to the CDC people. At the end of the day, the majority of the time, they get it right. But the problem is lawyers have to jump over hurdles a lot of times to get there. Lawyers tell me how they'll spend 2-3 days a week of their work time responding to these grievances and putting everything together. And yet so many of them turn out to be, the CDC looks at it and goes, it doesn't state a claim, or it was justified, or something along those lines. And what the lawyers that I talk to are seeing is they're electing representatives that aren't representing them, because this is one area that they're passionate about, at least the lawyers I deal with. The lawyers I deal with are in the family courts, the criminal courts, the probate courts, which surprised the heck out of me. And when I was out campaigning and going around to the big law firms like Fulbright and V&E, I'm even hearing from the litigators about them getting grievances filed on by other lawyers in the litigation process. And I mean, what I'm hoping is, in the recommendation I would like to make, Mr. Chair, is just a recommendation, is that we don't stop here and we keep looking and keep trying to find a way. The majority of the states in this country to suspend a lawyer or take their license away has clear and convincing evidence. Yet the Texas lawyers aren't afforded that luxury. And they're seeing it. And I will tell you, because of groups like Andrew's Facebook page and Steve's Facebook page, they're getting that word out there, and lawyers are seeing it and lawyers are hearing it. We've got to find some way so that our lawyers feel like that the state bar is not running them over. Now, Steve, your comment about an open hearing. When the task force had their meetings, we opened it up and we had, what, 2 sessions, maybe 3, where we asked the public to call, come in, send letters. the real issue, I mean, in a lot of the letters we got were lawyers that were just unhappy with the way they were being treated. Okay, they didn't like the way the CDC's treating them in those things. But when it came down to it, we really had two lawyers, and one of them was Wes Gaines out of College Station, Troy McKinney out of Houston, and I wish I could remember the name of the lawyer out of Dallas. And these lawyers do a lot of grievance defense for lawyers. And they really focused on one thing. And that one thing was the investigatory hearings and how that they're basically a trial by ambush, how they believe the CDC is using these procedures to basically take the deposition of the lawyers, how they bring the lawyers in. And this is something we heard universal from lawyers that defend lawyers. This was universal, that they don't give the lawyers notice of why they're in there. And they turn around and start questioning lawyers about facts on other issues that they got no notice of. Okay. And we, I mean, this was a universal issue that came out. And this is why Judge Fields, when he put this together, was focusing a lot on the issue of our investigative hearings, because that's one place that there were no discrepancies in the task force, was on those. And I'm sorry, but to sit there and say we're going to rely on the CDC is the problem in these. They are going aggressive after lawyers, and maybe they should, and they're using these as discovery. Another factor they put on and talked about is the CDC will give the panel members a packet. They don't share that packet with a lawyer who's being accused. They take that packet back into deliberations. And I know the issue, they say, well, the CDC is their lawyer. Well, you know, it's kind of funny. You can either be the prosecutor or you can be their lawyer, but you can't be both. And that's the problem we have. And these are the problems, like, I mean, Troy McKinney and Wes Gaines, oh God, I wish I remember the name of the Dallas lawyer that does grievances. He was an African-American lawyer, very articulate, very well-spoken. And they're all saying the same thing over and over and over. These investigative hearings have got to be changed. When these things were put out and the way, let's say they were advertised or discussed, they were supposed to be a non-adversarial where everybody just kind of airs their dirty laundry, gets it out there, and the panel makes a decision. But that's not what I'm hearing it is. And I will tell you, since the task force finished and sent this to DCAP, I'm still hearing complaints that this is still an ongoing process and still going on. And what I'm going to ask is that we go back and do more work. We owe it to the lawyers of Texas, Mr. Chair, and that we forward this back to the DCAP, because I know how passionate you are on this, is that it's, you know, we just owe our lawyers more. And that's what I want to say. I feel like we've let the lawyers down. We can't stop here. We have to keep going. And with that, anyway, that's all I've got to say is I just feel like we owe the lawyers of Texas more.
Thank you, Larry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Director Tolchin, I know that you have a comment. However, you've already spoken once. Director Bim has not had an opportunity to speak. Director Bim, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If I may use a point of privilege briefly, by a show of hands, how many people here in this room have had to answer a grievance? I'll lift mine first. Right? So as somebody who has had to answer a grievance, I can personally state that I felt that I was treated fairly by the CDC. And I say this to say that I know that this committee has done an enormous amount of hard work. And up next, I'll be speaking about what the subcommittee that I chair does. Do I think that there should be notice of investigatory hearings and the contents that will be explored during those hearings? Absolutely. But as you can see from the materials, that's something that the CDC is already addressing. Do I think that I have some questions about how the prosecutor is also the counsel to the judges in those investigatory hearings? Sure, I do. Except for I think what we also have to do is to rely upon the professionalism of our colleagues who practice in the office of the Chief Disciplinary Counsel, and understand that just as we are capable of operating under multiple roles and of engaging with our colleagues in numerous ways, so too are they. They are professionals. They demonstrate every year, year over year, that they are reasonable, that they are professional, and that they actively seek out to dismiss the vast majority of these disciplinary complaints. And so for that reason, I'm very grateful for the work that has been done by this committee and their findings. And I agree that we do, quote, need to do more. But I think what we have to remember is that doing more does not necessarily mean acceding to the wishes of a group of people who don't know what happens in that process, because there's a lot of misinformation from it. So if there's one thing that I think that we as a board could do more, it would be to operate in our districts to make sure to help our constituents be well informed about what the grievance process entails, the standards for the decisions that are made, because they do have guiding principles. And I would also encourage each one of you during your term to attend your local grievance committee's trainings so that you can see the caliber of individuals and attorneys that are making those decisions. Because in my professional opinion, we can trust their judgment.
Thank you, Director Bim. Director Sergi, you will have the floor next. However, I know that our executive director has a few words, and so just hang tight for me.
So just from staff perspective, in terms of what has taken place, I'll commend President McDougall for putting together the Grievance Review Task Force chaired by Judge Mike Fields. You heard from him last June. He and his task force spent months on these issues and came up with their report, their conclusions, their recommendations. Then DCAP took over, and this report today from DCAP is the culmination of 21 months of work, of study, of deliberation, of debate, and of recommendation. So I respectfully disagree that we have let the lawyers of Texas down. I think we have stood up for our Texas lawyers, and I think we have equally taken the mantle and been very respectful of our obligation to protect the public. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Executive Director. Director Sergi, you have the floor.
As a member of this committee, I have to echo what Diane said. I was not in favor of ultimately what came out. However, I understand why. Because we are not a trade organization. We are here to support the lawyers and the public. And we have to remember our responsibility goes beyond just the lawyers. It is the public. There is more we can do. One of the ideas that was floated that I think is an excellent idea already exists in civil procedure. It's a vexatious litigant list. I know I've talked about it with several people on CDC. There are some folks that file again and again and again. I think a very simple answer to that problem is having a list initiated by CDC that requires somebody else to sign off on it before a grievance moves forward. We have lots of creative ideas, but we are not a trade organization. We represent lawyers and the public. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Director Sergi. Director Tolchin.
Quick observations. On the issue of public protection, when it comes to the clear and convincing standard, if we had clear and convincing, as 2/3 of states do and all federal circuits do, if we had that, everyone here would be saying the status quo works fine. We should keep everything the same. It just so happens that we have preponderance, and changing from the status quo with the state bar generally is a difficult thing. Okay, I don't even know the process. I've been at this a long time to even accomplish it, much less do it despite talking about it for years. But my point is, if we had clear and convincing evidence or we had preponderance, that particular issue, the outcome from every single one of these grievances would be identical. The evidence would show what it would show, the standard would be met, the result would be identical. The only difference is the attorneys of the state of Texas would know that they are respected. They would know that the constitutional principles for a quasi-criminal action would be protecting them. That's what this is about, is making our lawyers know that we hear them. The public will be equally protected regardless of which standard it is. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Tolchin. Seeing no additional comments or directors up for comment, we are going to move on to agenda item number 14B. I want to thank you, Diane. I want to thank the entire DCAP subcommittee for all of their hard work during this entire time. Thank you so much. And so we're going to move on to item 14B, and Director Kate Bim is going to provide the report from the Client Security Fund Subcommittee. Director Bim, you have the floor.
Mr. Chair, the Client Security Fund Subcommittee met on April 20th, 2022 via Zoom. At that meeting, we reviewed 53 applications for grants from members of the public who had been wronged by their attorneys. We denied 21 applications. We tabled 3 applications for future discussion, and we approved 29 applications. $63,586.89 in grants were approved. Thus far, this committee has paid out $147,385.14 this year. That's the end of my report.
Thank you, Director Bim. Next, we're going to move on to agenda item number 15A, and I'd ask Director Brooker to address the board.
Me again. Nothing to vote on this time. The board PDP subcommittee will meet jointly with the CLE committee on May 18th to discuss topics for the CLE and publication. This will be the first in-person joint meeting since 2019, and we're really excited about it. Since July, Texas Bar CLE has resumed most in-person seminars, including large multi-day advanced seminars. As expected, the turnout's been a little bit lower than pre-pandemic years, but we're offering many courses in webcast format, as well as webcast replays and in-person seminars. And I think over 2,000 hours of on-demand programming for lawyers is available if they prefer to watch it online. So far this year, Texas Bar CLE is doing well financially. Despite lower in-person attendance at live seminars, we are on target with revenue projections due to higher webcast and online classroom sales. And expenses are also down as we have more courses as webcasts this year than we've had in the past, and we don't have the travel and hotel expenses and so forth. The Office of Minority Affairs held the Texas Minority Attorney Program on April 22nd in Houston at South Texas College of Law. This was a one-day CLE seminar open to all attorneys to hear important updates on areas of law and current issues facing solo practitioners, small firms, and women and diverse lawyers. The Office of Minority Affairs is working on its flagship program, the Texas Minority Council Program. The conference is scheduled to take place on November 2nd through November 4th in Dallas. It will be the program's 30th anniversary, and the Office of Minority Affairs and the TMCP Steering Committee have really been working hard and are very excited to celebrate this 30th anniversary. The TMCP is one of the premier client development networking opportunities and CLE events for attorneys in Texas. If you have not registered, registration is currently open, and you can go online at texasbar.com/TMCP to learn more about it if you're interested. In the first quarter of 2022, Texas Bar Books delivered the following 3 new publications to the printer: Texas Pattern Jury Charges for Family and Probate, Essentials of Texas Water Resources, and the Texas Probate System. New additions to the Texas Family Law Practice Manual and the Texas Real Estate Forms Manual and the Texas Guardianship Manual are scheduled for release in the next few months for those who might be interested in getting that or letting people in your area know those are coming out. However, Interestingly, the biggest challenge is paper and the paper shortage. So we are having to get a little creative with the types of paper and working with the printer to be able to get those ready and stay on track without much delay. So that concludes my report.
Thank you, Director Brooker. Any comments from directors? Seeing none, we're going to move. Oh, sorry, Director Fisher. You have the floor.
CLE part, Rebecca. Okay, I'll address you. The bar used to have a great program, and it was sort of a buffet of all the CLE you can have for $1,000. And what happened was, and I'm looking at Ms. Bauer's response, said they stopped it because the lawyers, since they've already paid their $1,000 and were going free, the bar was losing money on the meals. And there's a simple solution to that. Have them each charge $50 for each thing, more money for the bar, but also those meals we paid. I want to tell you why that's important. It's not important just because people are getting more CLE. And it's not just important because, you know, there's more, people could see more different bar offerings. But what I went around with them for a year, and it was a group of older attorneys who probably didn't even practice a lot. And they would meet and they would go to these things. And we were really providing a lot of social benefits to that. I'd go to them and they'd all be in their corner talking and meeting. It was like a VFW club or something. And of course, there's other good reasons to have it. So I would like, you know, that brought up and considered again, because there were no other complaints about that program except that people were making reservations and then not showing up, and the bar was losing $35 per person on the food. So is that something you consider?
Yes. Director Brooker.
Well, we have a meeting in a few weeks and we'll bring it up. Thanks.
Thank you, Director Brooker. Next, we're going to move on to agenda item 15B. Director Kimberly Peck-Wilson, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The new Directors Orientation Subcommittee held a Zoom meeting on April 14th. We have 5 members on the subcommittee: David Cavillo, Forrest Huddleston, Lori Kern, David Smith, and me. We discussed the plan for an in-person orientation, yay, for the new board members in conjunction with the incoming and outgoing board meetings in Houston in June. There will be a total of 23 new directors, and this includes section reps and liaisons. Our committee will make phone calls to each new director to welcome them to the board and to provide a board member contact for them. And we discussed sort of an informal mentorship for those new directors. The new board members will be present at our June 8th board meeting and attend dinner that night. So please make sure to introduce yourself to the new members, some of whom we already know who they are because they're running opposed or they're being appointed today, and others of whom we'll know next week. So that concludes my report.
Thank you, Director Peck-Wilson. Any comments from directors? Okay, seeing none, we're going to move on to agenda item 15C, and we're going to hear from Director Christina Davis, who will address the board.
Thank you, Chair Vargas. Good afternoon, everyone. I have a short report for you. Insurance and member benefits has been busy as usual. You should have seen some emails coming around from the State Bar letting you know about some new benefits that we have available to the membership. Hopefully you're taking advantage of those and sharing them with your firms and your districts and encouraging other people to take part in some of the free offerings that we have. So let me kind of go through some of this. Texas Bar Private Insurance Exchange. The Texas Bar Private Insurance Exchange continues to provide members with concierge level service and access to complimentary benefits they won't get on the open market. We're having a really good year in enrollments. Major medical enrollments have grown by 14% overall. This is led by enrollments in the group market, which had a growth of 30%. Coming soon will be a portal for products focused on succession planning. It is still on schedule to be rolled out this next fiscal year. The exchange is also looking into mental well-being apps as requested by TLAP. You have likely seen or heard ads, usually with an Olympic sponsor. Once they've found possible vendors, they will present them to TLAP for their review before pursuing the addition of any to our group. Some subcommittee projects. The program is going strong. Revenue is 2% larger than at this same point last year. Utilization is also continuing to grow based on web stats and remains the dominant benefits members look for. A couple of new offers to take note of. There's one particular called ICM. As I mentioned last time, with Bank of America exiting the affinity market, the bar will now partner with ICM, which stands for Investor Cash Management, to continue offering banking services to our members. ICM provides a unique combination of banking and investing through Visa. The program will launch this June, and we will keep you all up to date as this progresses. One that I mentioned just briefly a minute ago, basic term life insurance. One of the benefits of our private health exchange is the access we get to complimentary benefits. Complimentary means free. Who wouldn't want complimentary free basic term life? The exchange started a soft launch on April 6th, just to MB's mailing list, member benefits, with really great results. In that first week, there were over 1,000 enrollments. The bar officially rolled it out in May with a postcard and an email. We sent out another email about enrollment just Wednesday of this week, which increased enrollments by 1,940 to bring total enrollments as of last night to 3,499. As always, please visit texasbar.com/benefits to learn more about the offers that we have for our members.
Thank you so much, Director Davis. Outstanding work. Director Fisher, you have a comment?
Christine, you forgot about the pet benefits where we get 5% off and your pet is protected and stuff, especially from comments by the executive director. You know, your pet is covered. So I guess
Thank you so much, Director Fisher. Any additional comments? Thank you, Director Davis. With that, we're going to move on to technology oversight. Director Tolchin, you have the floor.
The technology for the State Bar of Texas just works fantastically, and the people that I get to communicate with about this are on top of literally everything. So I'm just going to give you a couple of highlights. Every 3 years, the IT department replaces computer assets to stay up to date with the latest software and replace hardware. Over the last 3 months, 300 new laptops have been deployed to staff. That's number one. Number two, I'm sure we're all concerned about cyber attacks. Rest assured they're on it. The security firewall was upgraded to the latest version of Cisco's best-in-class firewall. If anyone has a better idea, please let me know. I'll absolutely bring it to them. Number three, the pandemic highlighted many opportunities for the bar to make changes to improve its operations. One area that the IT department is focused on is replacing its aging phone system. That's being done. Finally, the IT department conducts disaster simulations biannually to test the effectiveness of its disaster recovery plan. With this new technology in place, the IT department has reduced recovery time to the entire infrastructure from 7 days to 24 hours. I commend them. They are really on top of things. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Tolchin. Any comments from directors? Okay. With that, we're going to move on to section representatives to the board. I believe Director Catherine Murphy is going to provide that report. Director Murphy, you have the floor.
Good afternoon. The sections are strong and they're continuing to do great work on behalf of their members. The section representatives to the board will have 2 openings coming up for 3-year terms for the upcoming year. One for a representative from a large section and the other for a small section, and they will replace both myself and Deborah Cordova. So if you know somebody that is active and knowledgeable about the sections, I would recommend that you consider nominating them. And if you would like to do so, you need to reach out to Tracy Knuckles and she can provide you with that nomination form. But the deadline is very, very soon. So you need to think about it today and reach out to Tracy today. This will be, so the Council of Chairs meeting will be held on May 16th. And this will be the first live meeting of the Council of Chairs in 2 years. And 2 representatives from each section will be invited to attend the meeting. The sections were notified about the McDonald decision, and the legal department and the sections department are both working with the sections individually and as a whole to make sure they are in compliance with the recent changes to the board policy manual as we move toward the next legislative session. This will be discussed at the upcoming Council of Chairs meeting as well. The sections are all eagerly preparing for the State Bar annual meeting, as well as their other annual meetings at Texas Bar CLE events throughout the summer. And they will also prepare to close out this year and hold their elections for next year. In conclusion, I've enjoyed serving as your section representative the last 3 years, and it has truly been an honor working with all of you and serving on this wonderful board. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Director Murphy. And I think I speak on behalf of everyone when I say it's been an honor to have you and Director Cordova on the board. Thank you so much for your service. Next, we're going to move on to agenda item number 17. I believe we're going to hear from Shauna Willing. Ms. Willing, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair Santos. Thank you all for your time and patience today. Bobby Ramirez, our Chair of the Commission for Lawyer Discipline, is disappointed that he couldn't be here to present this to you in person, but he did ask me to do this for him. And so, if you'll indulge me, this is our report, which is in your meeting materials. And just the highlights are that we were able in the last, from June 1st to February 28th, able to resolve 403 complaints, resulting in 283 sanctions. We collected $238,186 attorney fees revenue, which is a slight increase over this time last year. Just a reminder, and first of all, a thank you to all the directors who have submitted their nominations to fill the openings in the grievance committees. We appreciate you doing that by the deadline, which is actually on Monday. For those of you that have struggled with finding someone or who have not responded, this is just a reminder that the nominations are due to our office, that we have time to do the background checks and get everything to President Barunda Firth by her deadline, which is June 1st. And so if you're needing to reach out to the regional council in your district for any additional information, or if you have not responded to their requests, we're not trying to be harassing or nagging you. We just really have deadlines that we're bound by and trying to help President Barunda Firth as well. Just in terms of things that would be helpful, most of the grievance cases that the committees here deal with criminal and family law, personal injury, immigration law. So if you can find attorneys with some specialization or experience in that area, that would be helpful. Other considerations have to do with diversity, both gender, race, ethnicity, and firm size. We really benefit from having solo and small firm practitioners on the committees. Most of the grievances involve those attorneys, and so it would be helpful for them to look at a committee that seems to represent their interests. If you could, let's see, communicate the time commitment to prospective members. We do run into, from time to time, members that are disinclined to participate because they're busy, and we understand these are all volunteers. We ask that they commit to 1 day a month for these hearings. And we understand if they can't on occasion, but we do hear from some members that they are never going to be available. And if we don't have enough members on the committee to make a quorum, then those cases get passed on, and that means the attorney can't have that case resolved against him or her. The terms, in case anyone's wondering, are 3-year terms starting July 1st. And then throughout the year, you may hear from us if there are vacancies that occur during a term, to ask you to fill that as quickly as possible as well. If there are any questions, I'm available now or after. I'll be over there. And thank you again for your time.
Thank you, Shauna. Do we have any comments from directors? Okay. Seeing none, next up, we're going to hear from one of our local Pasoans, Director Carlos Cardenas, who's going to provide the Texas Bar Foundation report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I need to start off with an apology. I've been sitting on the front row this whole time and watching all these fine gentlemen at the head table. And I didn't get the memo about wearing a white dress shirt. So excuse me for that. As Sylvia mentioned, I am from El Paso. I was born here and actually born and raised here and across the border because my dad was born in Ciudad Juarez and his family, and they lived there. So I had the good fortune of having a bicultural upbringing. Went to many weddings, quinceañeras, birthdays, holidays over in Juarez. And around here, we hope that we are very welcoming. And I got to welcome most of you last night and tell you that in person. But for those that I didn't, bienvenidos al Paso. Welcome to El Paso. And we're also a bunch of huggers around here. We like to give abrazos. So again, an abrazo to everyone that's here visiting us in El Paso. Welcome. And we hope your visit has been joyful. Thank you for asking me to report on the Texas Bar Foundation. And I'm very happy to do so. The Bar Foundation was founded by a group of lawyers that decided that they should raise some money to fund programs that would enhance the rule of law and the justice system. And over the years, the mission statement has evolved, and all our Texas Bar Foundation grants go to support legal assistance to the underserved, education of the third branch of government, and the promotion of professionalism and ethics in our profession. So what is the Bar Foundation? Again, it was founded in 1965 by 265 lawyers. It's an organization that is by invitation. It is one of the highest honors that can be bestowed on a member of the state bar to be invited, because only 1/3 of 1% of Texas lawyers are invited to be a Texas fellow. One of the requirements is that you be a licensed attorney for 5 years. The other requirements or considerations are mentioned on this slide. And as I look at that description, that's all of you here. All of you are good lawyers, civil lawyers, professional lawyers, ethical lawyers. And so all of you are qualified to be a Texas fellow. And I'm glad to see, I've looked at the roster, most of you are. So thank you for that. We've now grown to over 10,000 attorneys and judges throughout the state that are fellows, and the membership is diverse. And we go from solo practitioners in rural areas to firm managers in big international law firms. Texas Bar Foundation fellows understand the importance of professional integrity and promote the cause of justice throughout Texas. So how do we grow and how do we do this? We have our own membership that invites new fellows. Our existing fellows drive our membership recruitment. We coincide with the 17 bar districts. We have 17 either co-chairs or committees in all of our districts. Some of smaller areas like El Paso's got 2 co-chairs. Houston, for example, has a committee of, I think, about 20 on their committee. These are all volunteer efforts backed up by our amazing staff. We only have 4 full-time staff on the foundation, and they do the great work that helps us to recruit new fellows. So our nominating chairs are the heart and soul of our organization because they're the ones that do the asking, vetting, and inviting new fellows to join. And because of that hard work, the Texas Bar Foundation is the largest charitably funded bar foundation in the country. And we are the model for many other foundations, bar foundations throughout the country. I'd be remiss without mentioning one of our all-star nominating chairs. She was a co-chair and she joined us for dinner last night. And she is from District 10, Patty Vargas, who along with her co-chair, Sarah Dysart, just hit it out of the ballpark. I think their goal for that district was 40 new fellows and they ended up with about 62. So those are the type of people that do the good work that we depend on. And some of you I know either currently serve as co-chairs or have in the past, so I thank you for that. So again, to be a fellow, you have to be invited, and then we go through a board approval, a vote by the entire board. And I'm happy to see that we have some of our board of trustees that are also here on this board and serve on this board, Rebecca Brooker, Janine Rispoli, and Judge Earl, who's not with us, but she's our judicial liaison. And to become a fellow, you have to pledge $2,500. You can do it over 10 years. And once you make that first payment of $250, if that's what you decide to do, if you don't pay it all at once, with the first payment, then you become a fellow. After you make that first payment, then you've completed your pledge of $2,500, then that makes you a life fellow. And then beyond that, it's all volunteer after that. Whoever wants to continue contributing at a rate of about 10% of their initial pledge, which would be $250, you become a sustaining life fellow. And we really like our sustaining life fellows because the monies that we receive from sustaining life fellows go directly to grants. Otherwise, the monies we receive from fellows go into our corpus, and we can only award about 5% of the corpus every year. So we like our sustaining life fellows because that means we can award more grants to more organizations that do a lot for the people of the state of Texas. And a good example of that, we just had our Board of Trustee meeting where we did our spring grant review. We had 63 applications this spring, totaling an ask of $1.5 million. But because of the money that we have available, we were able to give out $621,624. So again, we're always looking for sustaining fellows to add to that figure. And for those of you that are here that are sustaining fellows, thank you very much. For those who are not and would like to consider doing so, I'll hang around and I'll be glad to talk to you about that. I'm happy to report that we had a goal of recruiting 450 new fellows this year. And I was told by staff that I was pretty lofty, but I'm happy to report that as of yesterday, we have now accepted and received the first payment of 457 new fellows. So, and we still have a month to go. So what happens to the money that you all give to the Bar Foundation? The mission statement pretty much sets out the criteria for what we are allowed to grant, and it's set out here on this slide. The other thing is that we ask all of you that are here, when you go back to your local communities, we want to learn of new organizations, new projects, new ideas. And if you have somebody back home that meets these criteria, an organization, a nonprofit, that serves the public according to this mission statement, please let us know, because we don't always want to give the money to the same groups every year. We want to expand. We want to serve more people, a larger constituency. So if you know somebody back home that's putting on a good project for the interest of justice and to help the underserved, please let us know. Some of the examples of what money that we have awarded. The foundation is a strong partner with both the State Bar of Texas and the TYLA. Just this spring, last week, we awarded $25,000 to the State Bar's Law Focused Education Department, the Legal Beagle project. And then we awarded $45,000 to the TYLA for how Texas courts works. And since 1969, the Texas Bar Foundation has awarded over $1 million to TYLA because they do such great work and we think they're worthy of it. A couple of other examples are we awarded $15,000 to Texas A&M University School of Law to diagnose the legal needs of the underserved individuals in Texas, as well as $20,000 to Thurgood Marshall School of Law for their work in case management for summer students and the cases they handle. This is the breakdown of how the monies were distributed throughout the state for the 2020-2021 grant cycle, or grant year, I should say. And you can see with the different areas of Texas, the bottom left one says statewide of $298,225. What that means is that those projects affect all of Texas, all the citizens of Texas, and not just one particular district. So we try to distribute that as best as we can geographically. Some important deadlines, again, if you go back home and you get somebody that you think be awarding of a grant, the next deadline is July 15th, and they have to get that in by 5 o'clock on that day, whether it's a weekend day or a holiday. It's a hard deadline. And those applications will be reviewed in the fall during our fall meeting. Then the next deadline would be next January of next year, and those would be subject to grant review in our January meeting. Looking forward, I want to ask you all to please save the date in conjunction with the State Bar's annual meeting in Houston. We are having our annual dinner, which will be Friday night at 6:30 is our reception, dinner at 7:30. Tickets, individual tickets are $150 right now, but if you wait till after May 5th, they go up to $200. So hurry up and get your tickets today. We also, I'd like to raise funds through the sale of tables, as table sponsorships are $2,500 for a table. We will have a live band, so there'll be some dancing. I saw some of you dancing last night very well, so let's keep that going. And the other good thing is the money we raise from this dinners also goes directly to grants. After we, of course, pay the expenses, that money can go directly to serve more organizations and more citizens without having to be put in the corpus. I want to appreciate and acknowledge some of you that are here that have already sponsored us for the event. We have grant sponsors at the level of $5,000, and two of those are AT&T. So thank you to Director Kellyanne. And then Texas Tech is a $5,000 grant sponsor. So thank you, Director Dwight. And then we've sold some tables already from a few in this group. The State Bar of Texas, thank you, Trey, and the executive team for always being a supporter and loyal to us at the Bar Foundation. Baker Botts, thank you to Director Bill Kroger, and then Benny Agosto with the Abraham Watkins law firm. He was the very first one to sign up and said, count me in, and we got his check right away, so thank you. We've also sold some individual tickets to some of you, and I want to recognize you and thank you. To Brittany Harrison, Chad Baruch, Robert Toby, Diane St. Ives, and David Sergi. Thank you for being there, and we look forward to seeing you there. There are still some other sponsorships available at the level of $7,500 and $5,000, and we just have ambassadors that can give whatever they can. And then finally, one of the highlights of the evening on June 10th will be the celebration and honoring of our 2022 Texas Bar Foundation Award winners. And I'm about to show you that list, but I want to let you know that we have within our midst a Texas Bar Foundation Award winner. We're lucky to have him. And you'll see there, Outstanding Law Review Article Award to Michael J. Ritter. And you see our other list of honorees, including Chief Justice Hecht. And that concludes my report. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And in El Paso, we don't say goodbye, we just say hasta luego, which is until later. And if we really like you, we say vaya con Dios. It's like saying safe travels, go with God. So everyone vaya con Dios. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Director Cardenas. Director St. Ives, you have the floor.
I just have one comment. I'm very involved with the Council on Recovery, and the Texas Bar Foundation awarded them $15,000 for the work that they do. And I am really grateful for that. And I hope that they continue to apply and receive the resources they need to treat people in recovery. Thank you.
Thank you, Director St. Ives. Next up, we're going to hear from TYLA and current president Janine Rispoli. You have the floor.
Well, I don't want to overwhelm everyone, so I'll stick to the highlights. But first, I want to say thank you to Sylvia for hosting us in El Paso and showing us your beautiful hometown. We've had a busy year as always. We recently hosted the first ever wellness retreat. This has been a passion project of our illustrious immediate past president, Brittany Harrison. It featured TLAP presentations, mindfulness and mediation, meditation experts, yoga and wellness instruction, and it was very impactful for everyone there. Highly recommend you look at that project and consider sponsoring one of your own. We also had national trial competition end of March, beginning of this month. We hosted the 47th annual national trial competition in Fort Worth, Texas. This was led by our co-chair or our chair-elect, Judge Lauren Sepulveda. Chairs Brandon Draper, Ashley Umal, Jefferson Fisher, Dave Hagan, and so many of our directors. This is the first major law school mock trial tournament to take place in person in 2 years. Big deal. We had 30 regional championships or champions, 200 judges across 6 rounds of trials.
On behalf of our competitions committee, thank you to everyone who volunteered your time, and congratulations to all of our competitors. In our wellness website, we added new resources for handling anxiety, and more resources are coming soon. Also coming soon, we have a federal evidence guide. This is the sequel to our very successful state evidence guide. Again, under the capable leadership of Jonathan Stone and Nick Gwen. We also have many, many articles to add to our nonprofit leadership toolkit. Our directors and other nonprofit leaders very graciously provided those articles under the leadership of Eduardo Marquez Sertucha. Careers in criminal justice and governmental affairs. There is a lack of curriculum in the state, especially in our magnet high schools and high schools that are providing this kind of curriculum. So what we've done is taken the directors that we have are very wonderful, inspiring state bar directors and leadership, and we have videos to support and inspire our future careers in criminal justice and governmental affairs. We have an educator's toolkit. We've talked about this a lot. The educator's toolkit is a summary, a list of all of our resources for educators because we have so many of them. So this is the best way to look through it and just to make sure that we are reaching all of the educators and as many as possible to share these resources. One of our directors, Callie Franks, has been very involved in a social media campaign that will be starting here soon to perfectly time with the end of school and summer break. We will be back here in El Paso hosting the 8th annual Western States Regional Summit from May 19th to May 22nd. Registration is open. Highly recommend that you come. We'll also be in this beautiful hotel. The registration fee is $85. It will include 12 hours of CLE pending approval, including an outstanding presentation on the importance of DEI in leadership that some of our State Bar leadership has previously enjoyed. Registration is again available on our website. Please follow us on social media. We are on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. As of yet, we are not on TikTok, thankfully. For our elections update, thank you again to Brittany Harrison for very capably leading our elections committee. Our president-elect candidates, Laura Pratt of Lubbock and Courtney White of Amarillo, have traveled all over our great state to connect with young lawyers and spread the news about TYLA, and we're very proud of both of them. They both contributed to our civility projects, and you can find their videos on those sites. We, at the end of February, we published our Civility for All website for educators. We are encouraging students to be respectful, engaged, and civil members and leaders in our communities. Thank you, thank you, thank you to Texas Bar Foundation for generously sponsoring this with a $45,000 grant. To get to the educator site, it is civilityforall.tyla.org. We have videos with current leaders, historians, and Texas Supreme Court justices to teach students about the importance of civility in public discourse, leadership, and the practice of law. We also have written curriculum, and everything again will relate to Texas Essential Knowledge and Skills, or TEKS standards. We will be adding coloring pages and discussion guides soon. And as I like to say, as much as we may like the musical, we would like students to learn about the example of RBG and Scalia instead of Hamilton and Burr. So for our lawyers to encourage civility as well, that website will go live next month. I cannot tell you how excited I am about this. We had a hope that we could encourage people to treat each other better. And our board took that and they made it a reality. Thank you, Santos, for setting such a great example and asking our board to value and commit civility. Talking with our wonderful director, Cara Miller out of Corpus Christi, she said that she found her people in bar service. I hope everybody finds their people in TYLA and bar service. As young lawyers, we're often encouraged to be seen and not heard.
But here in our board, I see that you value our voices and I appreciate that. This board and our Wiley board dedicate so much time, talent, toil, and effort. Thank you, family lawyers, for knowing that one, to serve lawyers. We've all seen disagreements. Our board disagrees on things. The TYLA board disagrees on things, but we've also seen them addressed civilly. Civility is the foundation and the prerequisite to the hard conversations that we have to advance diversity, equity, and inclusion, serving and protecting the public, and everything else that adapts and improves our profession. So thank you to each of you for being mentors, listeners, and supporters. Speaking of mentors, I'm happy to share that I have found my new law firm home in Waco with Packus, Giotis, Page, and Burleson, PC. One of the reasons I joined is I know they are dedicated to civility. They're dedicated to providing the best services to our clients, mentoring, and a team approach to the success of each lawyer, especially our young lawyers, which is a lot like our board here. So thank you all.
Thank you, President Rispoli. Always love hearing the TYLA report. With that, I'm going to invite fellow Southeast Texan, Judge Michael Troncalli, to provide the report from the federal judiciary. Judge Troncalli, you have the floor.
I do want to compliment our chair of the board. Not only does he reflect the best and brightest that came out of Beaumont in an earlier phase, but having chaired numerous committees and boards in my life, Santos, I think you run a meeting with a tighter ship than anybody I know, and do it with efficiency and follow the Robert's Rules of Procedure and Order to a T. And I congratulate you for the way you've mastered the way to handle yourself and this board.
Thank you so much.
I'm happy to report that the federal judiciary is moving forward. Most of our judgeships in Texas are filled, and we continue to hold jury trials. We held them during the COVID era because of our large courtrooms and our ability to use magistrate courtrooms for jury rooms and what have you. But we are seeing pretty much throughout the state of Texas an increase in case filings. I'm not sure, no one is exactly sure of the reason for that. Perhaps it is that lawyers are coming back from the COVID pandemic and they are filing more lawsuits. The Fifth Circuit Conference will be held for the first time since 2019. Again, further evidence that the era of COVID is over. On a national scene, I will tell you that there are various federal agencies as well as both houses of Congress who are working in a bipartisan fashion to look at the need to refurbish and rebuild our courtrooms, not just in Texas, but throughout the country. But I would point out that that is a need in Texas in large part because of the population growth in Texas. And we need to be mindful of that we do not let our court infrastructure fall down as Texas moves forward. I want to say on behalf of the federal judges, it's been a deep honor to be a part of this board, and we thank you for the opportunity to participate with you in the State Board of Bar of Texas. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge Troncalli. With that, we're going to move on to the report from our out-of-state lawyer liaison, Rocky's Ronnie. You have the floor.
So I'm glad the meetings are back in person. It gives me a chance to come back to Texas. As the out-of-state liaison, I thought I would report on what's happening in my current home state of California, besides the ridiculous real estate prices, the $6.57 gas prices, and of course, Elon Musk buying Twitter. I wanted to highlight some of the things that are happening with the State Bar of Texas, Bar of California. And some of these things are very relevant to things that we've talked about today. recently the California State Bar has commissioned a study to study the racial disparities in attorney discipline. This is one like a very rare first of its kind study. And while I take all studies with a grain of salt, I mean, they say a statistician is someone who can have his head in an oven and feet in ice and say, on average, I feel fine. So just saying that, I wanted to just kind of give you a couple of the results from the study. This was a study done by George Farkas from the School of Education at UC Irvine. And it evaluates the likelihood of attorneys of different racial and ethnic groups and genders being placed on probation or disbarred. It involves 116,000 attorneys and evaluates probation and disbarments between 1990 and 2018. There's two main points I just want to mention. And this is a study in progress. And so they're continuing to work on it and look at factors that have come out of this. But first is, while there was no meaningful difference between most races and genders, there was a significant disparity in the number of Black male attorneys placed on probation, as well as those that were disbarred or resigned compared to male attorneys of other races. And while they looked into a lot of the other stuff, they found that these differential rates can actually be explained by 4 factors, things that we've talked about today. One was previous discipline history, number of complaints received about an attorney, the number of investigations opened against an attorney, and the percentage of investigations in which the attorney was represented by counsel. The second point I wanted to mention about the study was that it's regarding solo practitioners. And without controlling for other factors relevant to the discipline rate, the solo practitioners are more likely than attorneys in larger firms to be disciplined. And while the disproportionate impact on solo practitioners declines substantially when you count for other factors, it still remains statistically significant and merits further study. So like I said, the study is still in progress. They are looking into some of the factors that have come out of it, but I wanted to mention it primarily because the intent is improving the equity within the attorney disciplines process. And I know that's one of our main goals at the State Bar. So thank you.
Thank you for that report, Rocky. All right, everybody, we're now going to go into closed session, and the time is now 1:17 p.m. And the State Bar Board of Directors will now recess the open meeting and reconvene in closed session as authorized by Texas Government Code Section 551.071 for the purpose of consulting with legal counsel, including regarding pending or contemplated litigation, including McDonald versus Firth in the U.S. Supreme Court and the U.S. District Court for the Western District of Texas, and Bennett versus State Bar of Texas in the U.S. District Court for the Southern District of Texas, and regarding requests from Joe Longley and Mark Gravely for documents from Vincent and Elkins related to the McDonald litigation, and as authorized by Texas Government Code Section 551.074 to deliberate regarding personnel matters. With the exception of board liaisons and section representatives, all other individuals, including non-essential staff and other guests, need to excuse themselves from the closed session. We will notify the public when we are 5 minutes out from returning to open session. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair Vargas, and thanks, directors. Okay.
Okay. All right, all together. Oh. Was it muted? Okay. All right. Okay, it is now 1:54 PM. The open session of the Board of Directors meeting will now reconvene. During the closed session, only matters relating to consultations with legal counsel concerning pending or contemplated litigation and regarding requests from Joe Longley and Mark Gravely for documents from Vincent and Elkins related to the McDonald litigation were discussed. No action was taken in closed section. And before we adjourn, we're going to read the mission statement of the State Bar, recite the mission statement of the State Bar as soon as we pull it up on the screen. Okay, all together, the mission of the State Bar of Texas is to support the administration of the legal system, assure all citizens equal access to justice, foster high standards of ethical conduct for lawyers, enable its members to better serve their clients and the public, educate the public about the rule of law, and promote diversity in the administration of justice and the practice of law. Thank you all so much. Before I entertain a motion to adjourn, I'm going to take a personal point of privilege and just let everybody know that I thought dinner last night was fabulous. I thought dinner was fabulous. We had good friends, good food, good music, good dancing, and good times. And I want to thank our hosts for this week, Sylvia Brenda Firth and Vic Firth, for all of their hospitality in El Paso. Thank you so much. Now, can I have a motion to adjourn? Director Cortez Matos has moved to adjourn. Do I have a second? Is there anybody opposed? Okay. It is now 1:55 PM and the April quarterly board meeting for the State Bar of Texas is adjourned. Thank you all so